All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the December 7th, 2022 Grants Pass City Council meeting. We start our meetings with a moment of silence, so please join me for that. And please rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I'm going to make a couple changes to tonight's agenda. We have someone who's going to be here for the heritage tree. It's item number E. And that's going to be a quick item, so I'm going to move that up to be between A and B. And then we have a number of people here for item H, which has to do with the temporary shelter and emergency declaration. So I will move that probably along with public comment up after item B, psilocybin. After B. Let's try to make use of the audience's time here and not make them sit through too much extra meeting. That said, roll call tonight, I think. Do we have anybody online right now, Karen? Anybody online yet? Okay, we are expecting Councilor Pell and Fazier online, and Councilor DeLaGrange is going to be late, but he will be here in the room. So we have 5 here tonight, and we are ready to get going. First up on the agenda is a public hearing for the Community Development Block Grant Program. And looks like Brad is going to lead that presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, community. Yes, I am going to present this, but as you well know, Ann Ingalls is our Community Development Block Grants Coordinator, and so she is shown on this slide here. And
we need to turn your slideshow on. There we go.
There we go. And is joined remotely, so should you have any more technical questions, she is available to kind of help us out. But I'll go ahead and just review our 2021 program year review for the Community Development Block Grant. We just would like to start out with just showing the impact that this program has. These are the many partners that the city has worked with throughout the program year 2021. I'm not going to read all of them, but you can see there's quite a list. Some of these are fairly stable from year to year. Others are new just this last program year. So it's always a kind of an exciting thing as we open up the funding for the Community Development Block Grant to see who in the community has some good work to do and needs some assistance through this funding program. So we do each year, HUD, Housing, Urban and Development, requires us to produce a final report that basically shows what did we accomplish through the Community Development Block Grant the prior year. So tonight's hearing is basically to acknowledge we'll call it the CAPER, which is the term that HUD refers to. It's the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, the CAPER, and we're here to acknowledge that for year 2 of our second 5-year plan, the consolidated plan. We do have a citizen participation plan that's associated with this, and a public hearing is required to acknowledge it. We will have an opportunity for any public comments on it, of course. These are our relationship to the council goals. We find that because the program is so broad, really most of the council's goals are met, so we have identified all 5 of your main goals there. So in year 2 of this is the city's second 5-year plan, so we went through a full 5-year program, and now we're in year 2 of the second 5-year program. We had a lot of regular program activities that came back into full mode after the pandemic. That did have a lot of effects on operations, and you'll see there in the second bullet some of the programs that that were canceled or reprogrammed the funds for, and those include the Innovation Hub, the Special Economic Development Program with Youth Pathways, and then some of our weatherization activities. We also, on prior years, canceled some activities that were reprogrammed. Public services, the second bullet to the last there, did expend their allocations early in the program year. Those public services are basically several nonprofit organizations in Grants Pass that receive those funds. And then a few activities have remaining funds that will be used in the next program year. So for this 2021 year, we did receive $397,324 from HUD in regular funding. The expenditures you'll see at the bottom there don't exactly line up to that amount of money, and that's because of the second line there, the site acquisitions and public facilities and improvements. So that line includes a lot of reprogrammed funds from prior years that we had activities that were underspent, and so those were moved forward and spent in program year 21. So that brings us to that total there in this year, $574,655 of CDBG money being spent. The next few slides are just going to have a few highlights of some of the activities that were funded with that money. There were 229 persons who were saved from eviction or loss of utilities. About 1,900 youths were supported by the Boys and Girls Club, Hearts with a Mission, and the Maslow Project. 281 domestic violence victims were supported. 103 individuals were supported through the Welcome Home Oregon program, and 7 youths were supported with vocational training through the 71.5 VOTEC program, which is one of our newer partners. There was also about 1,350 people received food from St. Vincent de Paul's Mobile Kitchen, and 6 individuals supported with our microenterprise expertise and training program. A couple of the challenges that we faced this last year, the COVID-19 had a big impact, of course, in terms of just how operations were done by some of our partner agencies, and
is now joining.
Loss of some of their funding. So that presented some challenge in terms of being able to meet some of their goals that they had prior. We put the 15% cap on public services there, not so much as a challenge that's pretty much out of our control. It's just that we have so much demand in the community, but the federal program says that you can only use a maximum of 15% of the money directly for services. And so, that continues to be, we have over demand for what we could be using that money for. So that's more of just a challenge that is put on us because of the terms of the program. And then, as you well know, talking about housing over the last several years, having buildable land for development of housing, shelters, and traditional housing continues to be a challenge to get that need met. So in your packet, there's a lot more detail. The full report is in your packet tonight. Those are just some of the highlights. The call to action is there for you to, after you have the public hearing, to accept and acknowledge the CAPER. Your alternatives are to require a final public hearing, acknowledge it, or there's also a motion there for you. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Brad. Council, any questions? No? All right. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who wanted to speak on this issue? All right. It's a very fast public hearing. We'll close public comment. And did we need to adopt this? Okay. Council discussion. Valerie.
Yeah, I was happy this year to see us kind of go back and review some of the programs and do more of the, it wasn't so much weatherization, but ramps and those sorts of things to keep people in their homes. So I was really happy to see that happen. And I'm always really happy to see the Boys and Girls Club and some of our youth organizations get that help. So I'm going to go ahead and make a move to acknowledge the draft program year 2021 CAPER and authorize its submittal to HUD.
Thank you. Second from Rick. Any discussion on the motion? All right. Valerie, you made the motion to accept the resolution. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
And DJ?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. All right. Next up on the agenda, we have a consideration of an ordinance that would annex the Landon Estate Subdivision. Is that you again, Brad?
Keep stopping. Okay, so this item on your agenda is a ordinance to annex the Landon Estate Subdivision. And if approved, it would annex about 14 tax lots, not about, exactly 14 tax lots, and approximately 2.7 acres into the Grants Pass city limits. And it relates to your council goals to facilitate sustainable, manageable, and growth by annexing property that already receives municipal services into the city limits. So this first slide shows the red line is where the existing city limits is, and the blue line is where the urban growth boundary is. So you can see we're dealing with kind of this pocket of property that is within the urban growth boundary. Everything north of the blue line is in the urban growth boundary. Everything south of that red line is outside the city limits. So there's a pocket there which was brought into the urban growth boundary in 2014, but has not been annexed. Here's an aerial, just kind of giving you a better sense of that. This is Harbeck Road to the west, Grandview Lane to the north, and then you can see Grandview Avenue coming a little bit further north than that. So Briggs Way was a new cul-de-sac that was constructed in 2017 off of the south side of Grandview Lane. And at that point, all the city services were constructed when the subdivision was built. This is a copy of the recorded final plat that just shows you the more specific design and layout of the subdivision. So some of this information you heard a couple weeks ago when the application to have a fee waiver was before you. So we'll just give you a little bit more background. The Landon Estate Subdivision, it was platted and constructed with municipal services. And then there was a service and annexation agreement that was put into place at that time. And that service and annexation agreement covers all municipal services, sewer, water, storm, police, fire. So they are getting all city services and have since the subdivision was built. The original land developer Amaranthus, included an addendum in that SAA, which most of our SAAs do have, which basically says we agree to consent to annexation at the time that, that the city is prepared to annex us. So that agreement is there and has been there and is recorded against all 14 lots at the Josephine County Recorder's Office. The property owners of 209 Southeast Briggs Way, which are Dale and Susan Day, and they are with us tonight, they petitioned for annexation more formally earlier this year in May. As I mentioned a few weeks ago, you authorized the waiver of their annexation fee. So under the Oregon Revised Statutes, the city can annex land without a vote or a public hearing if either 100% of the property owners agree to it or what's called a triple majority, which means that at least 51% of the owners of the subdivision own more than half of the land area, which also constitutes more than half of the total assessed value. And that is the option that we're working with on this project. So the Days contacted all 14 property owners in the Landon Estate subdivision to determine their willingness to consent. 10 of the 14 owners got back to them. They did not hear from the other 4, a couple of which are rentals and are absentee landowners. So since that level meets the at least the 51%, it's 71%, they proceeded to file the annexation. Here is a copy of the map that our city surveyor prepared, and I circled this up at the top because one of the things under the Oregon Revised Statute, in order for you to have the authority to annex property, one of the 2 main criteria is that it's contiguous to the existing city limits. So the red vertical line at the top is showing you where that city limits line that was on an earlier slide is. So you can see there is a several feet that is contiguous to the existing city limits, so that makes all of the property eligible to be annexed. So what would it mean, since they already have an annexation agreement with us? It basically eliminates the need for JC and his staff and finance to have to mail out invoices and collect payment from these 14 property owners, which is what we do today. They get both the property tax bill from Josephine County, and then they get a bill from the city of Grants Pass. So they get 2 different bills today. Property owners have already been billed for the city's fiscal year 2023 time period, so that runs through this coming July. And they will pay taxes, including city property taxes, beginning July 1, going through the county's annual property tax process. So basically, if approved tonight, the legal description and the map, they will be sent to the Josephine County Assessor and the Oregon Department of Revenue, and they'll formally make these boundary changes, and that will bring them from the county land jurisdiction into the city. The main cost implication is really just the difference in the collection process, how the payment of services are collected. The amount of revenue isn't going to change. They're currently already paying through that city billing system. So the main note that I put in there, which the Days are aware of, is the library. Since we don't handle that part of it, they would have to go and annex separately to the library district. So the call to action is at your discretion tonight. There's 3 different options there. You can proceed to adopt the annexation ordinance, continue the public hearing to get additional information if necessary, or you, of course, do have the option to deny it. And there's a recommended motion for you.
Thanks, Brad. Council, do you have any questions? No? All right. Is there anyone from the public here who wanted to speak on this? No? Okay. We'll close public comment and come back to Rick.
I would like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance annexing Landon Estate Subdivision into the Grants Pass city limits and have it read by title only, first reading.
Second from Kurt. All right, any discussion on that motion? All right, Rick, you made the motion to adopt the ordinance. How do you vote?
Yes?
Kurt?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 7-0. Karen, would you read that?
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass annexing the Landon Estates subdivision located on Southeast Grandview Lane and Briggs Way into the city limits.
All right, and Valerie?
Yes, and I would like to welcome them in as I move to adopt the ordinance annexing the Landon Estate subdivision into the Grants Pass city limits and have it read by title only, second reading.
Thank you. Second from Kurt. Any discussion? All right, Val, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0, and we will annex Landon Estates.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass annexing the Landon Estates subdivision located on Southeast Grandview Lane and Briggs Way into the city limits.
Thank you. All right, next is where we're going to switch and do that designation of the Coast Redwood as a heritage tree. Who is our presenter? Hello.
How do I get a switch over? I don't know why it's not. Yeah, the other presentation was still running. This one? There we go. There we go. Good evening, Council. Josh Hopkins, Park Superintendent. Let me try to back this thing up to the beginning here. We're here to discuss a heritage tree nomination for a coastal redwood in our community. Just kind of a little background about the nomination process. Chapter 10 of our municipal code deals with our tree ordinances. Section 2 of that chapter deals with heritage trees. Any tree in the city limits can be nominated as a heritage tree. If it happens to be a private property heritage tree, that nomination moves forward only if we have the owner's consent. And then a narrative with the application comes in that kind of explains why the tree should qualify as a heritage tree. As a part of the review process for heritage trees, we have the Urban Tree Advisory Committee review a staff report that's created by me this time, and normally it'd be our urban forester. Then once they've reviewed that, they look at it at their meeting and decide whether or not it meets the merits of being a heritage tree based off of Article 10.2, and they make a recommendation to the City Council. In this case, this heritage tree application was reviewed at the November 14th meeting. At that meeting, it was decided that it does meet all the qualifications for a heritage tree, and the Urban Tree Advisory Committee's recommendation was to approve it and send it to Council for recommendation. This tree is a coast redwood. I'm not going to bother butchering its Latin name, and it is located at 1222 Northwest Hawthorne on private property. It is owned by Catherine Kiefer, who she also is the one that nominated the tree. Is she in the audience tonight? She is here. If council does have any questions for her, I'm sure she'd be willing to tell you how much she loves her tree. She is aware of all the restrictions that come along with this tree designation, as well as having to get a conveyance into the county recorded, saying that it's a heritage tree with the county recorder's office. This would be the second private property heritage tree we have in Grants Pass. There's one down on 5th Street that's an oak. This coast redwood is approximately 140 feet tall. It has an 81-inch diameter at breast height, which is pretty sizable. It's one of the largest ones we've ever measured in our side of this house. Chad Westbrook, who has his ISA currently as our park supervisor. He thinks it might be the largest one he's measured in the city, and he's been doing it for 20 some odd years for us. And then it's, relatively over 100 years old. The story behind this one is Kathy was working, and one of her patients reported that back in the day, around 1906, there was a logging company that was giving people coast redwood seeds to go plant in all the vacant lots throughout the city of Grants Pass. Her home hadn't been built at that time, so she believes it dates back to that planting. We've had several other stories similar to that. I think the Martin trees that were designated was a school teacher that handed out seeds for children to go plant and everything like that. Throughout the city of Grants Pass, we've got some sizable coast redwoods, which is a little odd. So just a little bit about the backgrounds of the heritage tree protections and regulations. Again, it's chapter 10.026 talks about some of these. You're not allowed to fill or pile materials within the drip line of the tree. And then you got to post a sign or a device that says to the trees. You're not allowed to top the tree. The big one is pruning without a permit. Any branch on this that gets pruned, if it's over 3 inches in diameter or above 10 feet off the ground, you have to get a permit. These permits are over the counter. We've never ran into it with a heritage tree yet. This one is possible we might run into those with utility conflicts that are about what this tree has. And then we're not allowed to remove them without a permit or do any excavation within the drip line without having a permit as well. Again, all the permits are just over the counter, pretty straightforward permits. Here's some of the site photos for this tree. You can see that it was trimmed very heavily on one side by the utility company. And as far as the drip line goes for this tree, its critical root zone extends across the street. But we don't necessarily talk about that in the code. We talk about the drip line. Under its drip line, we do have city water outlets, things along those lines. And then you can see one of the nice things, we don't have a sidewalk in this location at this time. If there was ever to be a sidewalk there, it would likely cause a conflict with the drip lines of this tree. However, I'm pretty sure Kathy's into doing DG and stuff like that to keep it so it, is a nice surface but not going to impact the tree. And then her walkway right there is a nice cobble walkway, so it, moves with the roots and doesn't cause any sort of issues like that. But you can see that there is the potential for further trimmings by the utility companies. We still have two of the lower cables going through the tree line. So they would have to come in to get a permit for all those types of prunings. As far as cost implications for this, we do provide a plaque for this program. It's a pretty nominal cost. I think the last plaque was about $300 and the one before that was around the same cost. So they're pretty straightforward. And then it's just staff time getting it coordinated to put it in. With that, we have our call to action. Any questions council may have, I'm here. Ms. Kiefer's here. And the UTAC UTAC had nailed it, did recommend that we approve this one as a heritage tree. So you have your alternatives, which would be to approve it as a heritage tree, or we could deny it as a heritage tree, or move it to a workshop if there's further information council decided they needed.
Thanks, Josh. Council, do you have any questions? No? Kathy, did you want to speak? Okay, you don't have to. Is there anyone from the public who wants to speak on this issue? All right, we'll close public comment and turn it back to council for discussion. Joel.
Well, the first thing I want to do is honor Kathy for coming forward and recognizing the value of trees in the city. The other thing I'd like to recognize is somebody had some forethought about 100 years ago. And there's a tree planting program that the city helps landowners plant trees. So you could be the person that 100 years from now plants one of a beautiful tree. It takes some faith in the future, but I would encourage all our citizens to consider that. And I want to thank you, Kathy, for your values and and taking the time to do that.
Valerie?
And with that, I'd like to make the motion or move to approve the resolution designating the Coast Redwood located at 1222 Northwest Hawthorne Avenue as a heritage tree.
Second from Kurt. Any discussion on that motion? All right, Val, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 7-0. Thank you for coming forward with your heritage tree. All right, we are going to jump back to item B now, is to consider an ordinance regarding psilocybin businesses, and our city attorney, Augustus Agu, will be presenting.
All right. Evening, Mayor Council. So tonight we've brought back the time, place, and manner restrictions for psilocybin businesses from our prior workshop. So to start out, just the regulations. Psilocybin businesses are considered an adult business because they're limited to individuals over the age of 21. So the main difference you're going to see from the jump is that this is a Title 12 adding 4 new chapters. Adding a new Title 12 and 4 chapters, dealing with psilocybin service centers, psilocybin therapy retreats, psilocybin production sites, and then the prohibitions associated with psilocybin businesses. So this is the updated list in Chapter 1201, which deals with psilocybin service centers. So at the last workshop, Council came forward with changes that they asked to make to insurance requirements, to buffer requirements, and to the minimum necessary employees at a service center when a client is present. So when the client is present, a minimum of 2 employees present with either a psilocybin service facilitator license is required by 475A325 or an OHA work permit pursuant to ORS 475A480. So the reason that it's a minimum of 2 is because the administrative rules require 1, a facilitator, and then another individual to be there at all times. We had 2 experts come and speak about the regulations, and they noted that the facilitator needed to have a readily available backup who could get there within a reasonable period of time. That is also captured in the staffing requirements for the service centers. The next change is to the buffers at 1201-100. So there were buffers that were associated with our marijuana business code that had been added at council's direction. We went back and we just went with what the Oregon Health Authority's administrative rules say. So that's that a psilocybin service center can't be located within 1,000 feet of a public elementary or secondary school, a private or parochial elementary or secondary school, or in an area that's zoned exclusively for residential use within city limits. So this is a buffer map that was generated that shows essentially where the businesses will be allowed. So anything in yellow is a residential zone. Anything in pink is a school. And then the areas that you can see in the central business district going down and across Rogue River Highway are areas where it would be allowed, as well as other industrial areas. There was a request from council to make it clear where the zoning would be permitted for these businesses. And largely the businesses for the location and zoning for service centers, production sites, and therapy retreats are the same. So a lot of this language appears in numerous places throughout the ordinance in the different chapters. So psilocybin service centers are a permitted use in the central business district, general commercial, business park, industrial, and industrial park zones subject to the buffers in 1201-100, except that psilocybin service centers are prohibited within a residential dwelling unit that is zoned general commercial and is located within a subdivision or partition plat designed to accommodate residential uses, such as where adjacent uses and lot sizes are intended solely for residential use. Finally, this provision does not prohibit said psilocybin land use in a dwelling unit within the general commercial zone that is located in a predominantly non-residential neighborhood. So as is the case with some of our zoning, we do have residential units that are located in general commercial zones. There are circumstances where where the surrounding zoning isn't exclusively for residential use, or it's other commercial zoning. So that's the carve-out that is going to be for businesses, for psilocybin businesses, particularly service centers, in those units in general commercial zones. And finally, the insurance requirements requiring a service center to carry $1 million insurance with $2 million aggregate has been removed per council direction. So Chapter 1202 deals with psilocybin therapy retreats. Now, kind of as a primer, the regulations in 1202 were drafted independently of the OARs. The OARs do not address psilocybin therapy retreats. Neither does the statute in 475A. The rules and the statutes only address psilocybin service centers where individuals receive the psilocybin in a clinical setting, and it only addresses manufacturing. So as I was putting these together, I couldn't find readily available examples of similar regulations for psilocybin retreats. Part of the reason for that is that because Josephine County has banned psilocybin service centers and banned the production of psilocybin, there aren't any examples of retreats being held in cities. Most of the business owners who want to have psilocybin retreats are contemplating putting them in a county setting, in a more rural setting that's surrounded by nature. And the rationale for that is that administration sessions in which an individual receives psilocybin treatments are meant to be a therapeutic experience, and normally rural areas are more conducive to meet that end. So when I was putting these regulations together, the intent was to draft them as non-restrictively as possible. After I had drafted these regulations, I sent them to Dr. Frost and Mr. Elfrink just to have them have their eyes on it, and I received no significant feedback about this provision. So I'm going to go through this provision by provision because this is a new chapter. So 1202-020 defines a psilocybin therapy retreat or retreat as a development that provides visitor-oriented accommodations associated with the provision of psilocybin services for adults 21 years of age or older. Psilocybin therapy retreats do not include psilocybin service centers. A psilocybin therapy retreat is considered a psilocybin business. Now, the reason that psilocybin therapy retreats are not considered psilocybin service centers is because the rules make it clear that the service centers need to be cut off from being available to the public unless an administration session, that is, you're receiving the psilocybin service with a facilitator, is taking place. So you can't just walk into a psilocybin service center and then go back into the area where you receive your treatment. The same would be true for a service center that's associated with a therapy retreat. And we see therapy retreats really externally outside of the United States, primarily in the Netherlands, Mexico, and Jamaica. And these retreats are designed as resorts, frankly. So there's an area where you receive psilocybin treatment, and then an area where you go after your treatment as accommodations. So I digress. Psilocybin therapy retreats are permitted. So there'll be a permitted use in association with the provision of psilocybin services, subject to the limitations found in section 14.600 of the Grants Pass Development Code. No person, group, firm, or business or organization shall engage in the use or occupation of a psilocybin therapy retreat without first obtaining the necessary approvals and compliance with all required conditions and standards of development. So the development code updates will follow after being routed through the UAPC, and we anticipate routing it through the UAPC later in January. This shouldn't affect the OHA's timeline that starts on January 2nd, where they're going to start accepting applications for licensure. My understanding is that licensure is going to be fully granted later in 2023. 1202-040 deals with the co-location of psilocybin therapy retreats and service centers. This basically says that service centers and therapy retreats may be located on the same property, parcel, address, or tax lot, subject to the following restrictions. First, the client shall not have access to an adjoining psilocybin service center at any time unless the client is scheduled to receive psilocybin services, and the client shall not have access to a psilocybin service center from a psilocybin therapy retreat outside of the hours of operation for a psilocybin service center outlined in 12-01-050. 12-02-050 states that psilocybin service centers are not open to the general public and restricted to only clients and sober adults accompanying those clients. For the hours of operation, psilocybin therapy retreats shall be authorized to operate 24/7, subject to the following regulations. The main entry into a psilocybin therapy retreat shall be locked from the outside from between the hours of 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., accessible only by key card, and or any such credential required by the retreat. All alternative entry points to the psilocybin therapy retreat shall be locked from the outside at all times unless actively being used for loading and unloading. Finally, daily logs of all clients and or sober adults staying at the retreat shall be maintained by authorized retreat personnel. For the minimum staffing requirements, I went ahead and mirrored the 2 employees when clients are present. For security requirements, I held to the rule that applies to psilocybin service centers and production sites in terms of video monitoring and video camera placement. But the precise language says the therapy retreat shall be required to maintain reasonable security members to protect clients and the public, including but not limited to video surveillance of all common areas and camera coverage and placement pursuant to OAR 333-4630. The location, buffers, and the zoning of psilocybin therapy retreats are exactly the same as they are for service centers. So that's 1,000 feet from schools, public and private, and permitted in the central business district, general commercial, business park, industrial, and industrial park zones, subject to those same general commercial limitations in the service center provisions. Next is the psilocybin production sites. There weren't very many changes to this other than the changes to the buffers and the changes to the insurance requirement, which I had initially also included in this section, and the hours of operation. So psilocybin production sites shall not be permitted to operate outside the hours of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Now, this isn't in the OARs, and this could be something that council might want to change. I kind of had a hard time finding business hours for psilocybin production sites. If it may be that council wants to nix the hours of operation altogether. And the same changes to the buffers and zoning is made in chapter 12.01. The only difference here is that for production, if it's in a general commercial zone and it's surrounded by zoning that surrounded by zones that are primarily for residential use, so long as those zones are 1,000 feet or feet away from the production site, they'll be permitted. So it's not subject to the same, exception for the residential dwelling units in general commercial, just because of the low impact that psilocybin production has, since it's all indoors, it's enclosed indoors, and it's not outdoors at all. So the call to action is tonight. Call to action is at your discretion. You can adopt the ordinance with modifications, or delay adoption of the ordinance for a later time. And with that, I turn it over to you.
Thanks, Augustus. Questions, Val, then Joel?
Yeah, I have a question on the psilocybin production centers. So are they going to limit the number that they license in a particular area? Because what I've heard is that it does not take much, and I think that's one of the problems that we ran into with marijuana per se, is it was kind of like a free-for-all, and we ended up with so much marijuana out there that a lot of it ended up in the black market. Do you know how they're going to actually do the licensing of those?
So my understanding is that it's going to be part of a tracking system. So psilocybin production sites are going to need to keep very precise records about the psilocybin that they're either producing and whatever they're developing. Service centers are going to have to keep very close track of the psilocybin that they're receiving from producers and where they're receiving from it. You are correct, Counselor, in stating that the production of psilocybin for service centers does not require a large footprint. A pretty small area is capable of producing enough psilocybin for, honestly, all of Southern Oregon.
And I guess that's why I was wondering whether they would, first of all, see how many service centers there were in a location before they actually did this. But we don't know anything about the order of how they're going to roll that out.
Well, it's in the administrative rules. I haven't memorized the rules,
Okay.
but it has been addressed in the preliminary rules and is likely to not change in the final rules that are due at the end of this month.
Okay. And I have another question. My second question was about the insurance. When it was originally drawn up, was there any insurance? Did you first recommend that there was an insurance and then decide to take that out? I'm trying to remember back to our Monday workshop.
Right.
As to how that
So I had initially included a requirement for insurance for service centers and production sites. Mm-hmm. The reason that I had included the insurance provision was because I had noticed that the Medford City Council was considering the same thing. Mm-hmm. In our discussions during our workshop, Dr. Frost and Mr. Elfring came and spoke about the possibility of the requirement for insurance being A, cost prohibitive for individuals who are trying to start these businesses, and B, the uncertainty as to whether insurance companies may even cover such a use just because psilocybin is still federally illegal.
Joel?
I just had a comment. You said the only, going back on your slides, where you needed to keep a roster at the resort. You talked about keeping a roster of sober people. I wonder why you had the word sober in there. I think it seems like you want to keep a roster of everybody.
Well, the reason that I said the roster of sober individuals, sober adults and clients, is because I had included in the therapy retreats that the psilocybin therapy retreats are not open to the general public and that they're only open and available to clients receiving psilocybin services.
Sure.
And sober adults who are accompanying those clients.
Okay, so we don't keep a roster of people that aren't sober then?
Well, the thinking behind the psilocybin service center and the psilocybin service retreat, if you'll recall, we'll go back to, if you'll look at 12.01, the psilocybin service centers require that before an individual is released, they're either sober or they're released into the care of a sober adult. So you can't just leave the psilocybin service center immediately after your facilitation session.
Sure.
And the facilitation sessions take anywhere between 3 to 8 hours, just as a general range. So when you're finished with your facilitation session, or let's just call it your administration, once you're finished with that and you're sober, then the idea is to move from the service center into the retreat to take advantage of the accommodations. I think the accommodations, the reason that also, just kind of to get ahead of this, is that the reason that I have the accommodations as 24/7 is because there may be circumstances where people might want to leave in the middle of the night after they're sober, after they're released to their service center. So I was kind of thinking, well, it's kind of like a hotel, right? It's a hotel with accommodations with people who are there, trained staff who are there. And so that's the idea behind it. You have to be sober or released into the care of a sober adult before you're allowed to leave the service center.
So then, Augustus, if everyone that leaves there is sober, then why do we need the word sober in there?
Because you can either be released into the care of a sober adult after your administration session, or you can be released after you are sober. And sober is, I believe sober is defined in the administrative rules.
Okay. The other question I had was, it seems like we're blurring the use between medical use and recreational use, and I'm certainly not qualified to speak on the medical benefits of it, and there are people that do that. When I presented this to our committee on mental health and addiction services, the joint committee between the county and the city, they were very interested in it. In medical marijuana, the way it works is you have a qualified individual, usually an MD or a nurse practitioner or somebody, give a diagnosis for medical marijuana, and then they give a prescription, and then they send the medical records along with a list of medications that the patient is on to the clinic so they can determine any conflicts. And over the drug medications, because they can have serious consequences as well, to the marijuana folks so that they have a diagnosis, they have a prescription, and they know the medications of the patient that's going. Here, all I see is a person with a GED that's been through 1 week of training, and I don't see a diagnosis, I don't see a prescription, and I don't see any medication lists of the patient being required. So I wonder, is this really a medical treatment or is this a recreational treatment? And I don't see those in the requirements that we're talking about here, that we have a diagnosis that's appropriate, we have a prescription, and the operations are aware of the drugs that the patient's already taking.
Okay, so at the risk of speaking from the fullness of my emptiness, I'm also going to say that I'm not qualified to state how psilocybin can or should be used. I'm no way qualified for that. What my understanding is that individuals may be referred to psilocybin service centers after conferring with a therapist. I am not aware that you need a medical diagnosis for a psilocybin service center. However, I guess it stands to reason that because it is considered treatment for certain ailments, that's what it's primarily going to be used for. But again, to your point, I'm not able to competently speak about how that's going to work. What I do know is that this is to be in a clinical setting where it's not going to be something where you can go in, buy psilocybin, and then leave and then take it at home like you can with medical marijuana. With medical marijuana, there's very few, if any, medical dispensaries in the state. And while OHA we've had our saga with OHA as it pertains to the regulation of marijuana. Marijuana, however, is completely different in kind to psilocybin, and the administration of this particular substance is distinct from marijuana. You can go down the street to Diamond Cannabis and self-medicate yourself, go home and have a bag of Doritos, right?
Sure.
This isn't the case with psilocybin, or at least it's designed. The system that OHA has designed over the last 2 years is meant to keep this from happening. So this is novel, Counselor. You know, it's something that's we're the first in the country to do this, and
So what is the rationale then behind the requirement that it can't be associated with a medical center?
That's a good question. That's a good
That
question.
seems to me to blur the lines between recreation and medical use also.
I don't know. That's a question that was addressed by OHA. I'm not sure that I have the answer for that.
Yeah, okay, I'm not sure it's good public policy. Okay, thank you.
Brian?
Yeah, thank you. Could you go back to the slide that has the buffer map, please?
Yes, sir.
So I wasn't here for this part, I apologize, but
Yeah.
it looks like yellow is residential, the pink are schools, the red is commercial. So I'm assuming that would be the areas it's allowed?
That's correct. So anything that's not yellow and not pink is where psilocybin service centers, or psilocybin businesses, my apologies, would be allowed.
Okay, so the yellow is the 1,000-foot buffer of residential included?
Yes, that's correct. You know,
Or is that just the straight zoning?
I think that's just the straight zoning.
Okay.
I think
Do we have a GIS of what this looks like with the buffers? Because it looks like if you put 1,000 feet around that yellow, it's pretty restrictive. So I just wanted to get clarification on that.
Yeah, if you're looking at the schools kind of as a reference point based on their size, you can kind of delineate the buffers from that way. The city itself, because this is an adult business, it's already going to be restrictive in some ways. So yeah, that was kind of the rationale in putting it in all of these, having it be allowed in all of these zones, is so that there were more choices for siting of these businesses. But you are correct that we would be somewhat limited based on the locations of these zones and the prevalence of residential zoning around those other zones for those other uses.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions?
Oh,
Valerie?
I don't know, I guess you were talking about Medford, because Medford's doing the same thing. And they do you know if they left the insurance in, or?
I don't know that they've finalized their regulations yet. I believe they're meant to finalize their regulations in mid-January.
Okay, thank you.
I think I wanted to clarify Councilor De La Grange's question, because on slide 4 says changes to 12.01 at the top. So the buffer zones are actually 1,000 feet from any school, and that it also would not be allowed within the area that's exclusively for residential use. But there's not a buffer zone around residential restricting it within the general commercial district. So the actual buffer zone is only around the schools.
Can Augustus confirm that that is accurate? Because that's not how it reads to me on the slide.
So the buffers are directly copied and pasted from the administrative rules. So the psilocybin service center or any business, psilocybin business, can't be located within 1,000 feet of a school, public or private, or within 1,000 feet of an area that's zoned exclusively for residential use.
So you're saying there would be a buffer zone of 1,000 feet around residential?
Correct.
And that is in keeping with the OHA?
That is in keeping with the OHA regulations.
Okay. So in effect, there will actually be very few locations within our city once those buffers around residential are drawn?
That is correct, and that has always been the case.
Okay. Any further questions? All right, this is open to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who wanted to speak to psilocybin? Please step up to the mic and let us know your name and whether or not you are a city resident. And you have 3 minutes. When the yellow light goes off, it means you have 30 seconds left. So don't panic. When the red light goes off, that means it's time to wrap up.
It's been
Can you make sure the light is on at the base of the mic? Thank you. Okay.
My name is Kaylin Calhoun. I actually didn't have comments. I had more of a couple of questions carrying on Councillor King's questions.
You pull the mic.
Carrying off of Councillor King's questions, and that coming from someone who could potentially benefit from a treatment like this. My concern is will there be regulation and how would that be structured to determine who is going to be deemed sober or otherwise, and then to be released into care of, and how are you going to determine when someone who's received a treatment is going to actually be sober? Those are actually concerns when receiving psilocybin treatments.
Okay, just so you know, the public comment, you could just have 3 minutes to, you can
it's
ask the
just a-
questions, but we're not going to answer them at this time. If a counselor wants to bring it up afterwards, they can.
Okay, that's just my only question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there someone else who wanted to speak on this? All right, please come up and state your name and whether or not you're a city resident.
Nope.
No, I think it's already turned on. Just, speak into the mic.
I was actually wanting to speak
Oh, your name and whether or not you're a city resident.
to Mariah tonight. Yes, I'm a city resident. I was actually wanting
I'm sorry, is the light at the base of your microphone on? There
There's a
should
little
be
silver button.
A silver button? Yep.
Is it on now?
Yes,
Oh,
it
there
is.
we go. Okay, thank you. I haven't used one of these things in a long time. My question, or my response, I suppose, was to Councillor Lovelace. Your concern was that the dispensaries were causing an overabundance of marijuana in the black market, and would that be a situation with psilocybin as well? I have to tell you that dispensaries are not causing an overabundance of marijuana in the black market. Actually, you cannot make any money on the black market in marijuana anymore because of the dispensaries. So I understand that from your perspective, that may seem like the case, but the reality is that's just not true at all. You ain't making no money on weed because the dispensaries are everywhere. Thank you.
Is someone else?
Michael.
What do I have to press? Oh, nothing. My name's Kim Prochnow, and I am a city resident, and I just want to thank the council for considering this. I think it would be a huge benefit. I've been a nurse for almost 40 years, and I see a lot of benefit for this, for people with their mental health, or I like to say brain health. So, thank you.
I'm Dr. Mike Amaranthus, and I'm a city resident. I was a soil scientist with Joel many decades ago when dinosaurs roamed southern Oregon.
Michael, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. So over the last 30 years, I've been a professional mycologist, written a couple books on mushrooms, and my wife and I, Eileen, founded mycorrhizal applications. So I've been following the literature quite closely on this, and like many of you, I had a lot of concerns about recreational use in our community and the safeguards for our community with the use of psilocybin. But when you really read the regulations, there's a tremendous amount of safeguards in the system. And the people that have considered this spent years designing a system that they thought would be successful. I'm also a Cancer Action Network counselor, and for the last 13 years. And so I've had a lot of experiences with terminally ill cancer patients. And I can tell you there's a lot of mental health issues and cancer issues in our community. And I see this, if you really look at the data, it's a breakthrough therapy for people that have these serious issues. And I just wanted to thank the City Council for their work with this and not just going with the hype and actually researching the information that was out there and considering this for our community, because I think it's going to be a great tool. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there someone else? Please step up and tell us your name and whether or not you live in the city.
Brandon Davis, citizen of Josephine County, not Grants Pass. Yeah, I just want to address a couple things. Councilor Lovelace, you had asked about the license quantities, how many manufacturers' licenses are going to give out. Right now, there's no limit in the state how many are going to be given out, but there are restrictions, and it's one license per person per address. Hope that maybe clarify some things. Also, the manufacturer limit is you may only have, it's about 40 pounds of dried mushrooms on site at any given time. Councilor King, you had brought up the whole medical use, like they're not doctors, you know, how do they vet to see, you know, what prescriptions you're on. This isn't a mandatory thing. This is people that have, you know, maybe got to the end of the ropes. The SSRIs, the antidepressants, they're just not quite working for them. Or maybe they want to experience more of a enlightening sort of situation. Now these facilitators, these therapists, they're going to go through their own training course. Not all of them are going to be 21 right out of high school, you know, fresh with a diploma or a GED. And you know, even if so, good on them. They're spending the money, they're putting in the effort. Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of point that out. Thank you for addressing the buffer zones. I know initially, as far as the cannabis cultivation side went, it was very restrictive. It left one stretch of road. It was Spalding Avenue right there by Walmart. So it looks like there might be a couple more places open to do business. Thank you for trying to not push the insurance as much. Yeah, trying to find insurances for a program that uses Schedule I substances. It's very taxing. You know, you can't just, you know, call up your local Geico, you know, home insurance agency and say, hey, got a small business idea. There was one more I want to address. Well, anyways, I appreciate the workshop you guys did. It looked like you guys nailed a bunch of things out. Cultivation time restrictions between 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. I would ask that you guys dismiss that. There are certain times, you know, from an 8-hour period, mushroom size is going to be hugely different, and it has to be harvested within a certain period of time. And yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone else who wanted to speak? All right. We'll close public comment and turn this back to council for discussion. Joel.
So, you know, I would agree with Dr. Amaranthus. Jesus, he's still here? I hope so. Yeah, good. Yeah. That the literature points out to a lot of benefits. My major concern is when those benefits have been known a long time. They were known back in the 60s, 1960. In fact, there was a psychologist at one of the Ivy League schools, I think it was Harvard. It was a school of psychiatry, did some experiments with patients, and his name was Dr. O'Leary. And he knew what he was talking about. The problem and the reason it got derailed was because it got confused with recreation. And then the culture took it over. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't have it. I'm just saying that we need to treat it as a medicine and not treat it as a recreational drug. And any medicine you take, you need a diagnosis, you need a prescription. The other thing is, in terms of discussion, when I presented it to the mental health professionals and the addiction treatment professionals, which I would hope would endorse this also based on the literature that's out there, and I think they do, they started attacking me for the lack of insurance. And I said, well, I'm just representing the council. It's not my personal view, but that's what the council wanted to go forward with. And they didn't understand that because they said that it wouldn't be cost prohibitive. We actually, in our medical practice, we had 2 policies, one for the business and one for medical malpractice. At a minimum, you need one for the business. That would be not a good business practice. But anyway, that was the feedback I got from our own committee. The one thing I don't feel good about is we've bypassed the voters and we've bypassed our own committee on mental health and drug abuse. And I don't feel good about some of the things I talked about in terms of if we goof this up, it's going to be just like the 60s again. And it's not going to be available. And we don't want to do that. We want to treat it like it is, and it's a medicine, and it has some benefits, and we need to respect it as such. So that's where I'm coming from.
Brian and then Rick.
I'll pass for now, thank you.
Rick.
I also share some of the same views that Councilor Joe King has indicated. I have hesitations at this time, not knowing really more about it, in that maybe some of the rules, and I also feel insurance would be appropriate. And initially we were looking at possibly a 2-year waiting period just to see of the areas that do adopt it and go forward what the issues are. So I would be more comfortable with reviewing this at a later date. Thank you.
Somebody else? Rob?
Yeah, I actually have some things I might want to say, but I'm going to read a statement. Dr. Frost couldn't be here tonight, but she did provide a statement that I feel is appropriate to share. It's just, and I'm not sure exactly where Councilor King found the, I believe he said that a facilitator only needed a week's worth of training. I'm not sure where he actually saw that, but in any event, Dr. Frost wrote, first, a facilitator doesn't just need a high school diploma and be 21 years old. They must complete a full training program to become a facilitator. So far, the vast majority of the people undergoing training are also licensed in the medical field, therapy, clergy, etc. These are not limited studies. There are literally thousands of studies dating back to the 1940s, and these medicines have been used for centuries in indigenous cultures. Yes, there are limitations to studies, but that is true for regular medicine as well. Who are the supporters? Yes, those companies mentioned are supporters, but medical doctors, nurses, etc., hospice, caregivers, clergy, therapists, social workers, harm reductionists, etc., support this. There is a ton of momentum and support outside the companies that are actually making a profit. The business model, well, facilitator is not selling the medicine. An employee at the service center provides the medicine. The facilitator provides their service and is compensated, just like I do as a surgeon. Medicine is also a business model. Therapy is also a business model. There is nowhere close to a marijuana, or this is nowhere close to a marijuana retail business. The psilocybin is not sold to the client to be done recreationally or even on their own. They can only take it within the service center in the presence of a facilitator. Risks actually are relatively well understood and studied. Yes, there's a concern about giving psilocybin to someone with schizophrenia. Facilitators will go through training to understand the risk and who is not eligible for administration session. In addition to preparing the client, the preparation session is also meant for the facilitator to evaluate the client to see if they will benefit from psilocybin or if they will be potentially harmed if they could be harmed. Then the facilitator can decide not to put the client through an administration session. Anyway, that again is from Dr. Megan Frost. Those are not my words. Thank you.
Valerie?
That reminded me too, with you bringing in, I do have, somebody asked specifically about the sober adult and what the safe release says in the actual law. Except as provided in subsection 2, psilocybin service centers shall not release individuals after an administration session unless they are released into the care of a sober adult. I'm not sure exactly sober, but I'm sure we all know that means somebody's not under the influence. An individual may be released from a psilocybin service center without an accompanying sober adult no less than 6 hours after consuming psilocybin. So I think what they're basically saying is that they will not release them afterwards. They'll let them be at least 6 hours before they're released, and if there's anything earlier than that, they have to be released to a sober adult. So I think it is pretty well cleared out in there. You know, I have depression and issues that could be helped with this that run very thick in my family. So I really understand and think this can be a good thing. I like the fact that they have really gone through it. I think because of what we've all lived through with marijuana, I think they're making sure. The only thing my real concern was insurance waiver, with people saying, well, why having some sort of insurance, because I think that will be a problem unless they actually have an insurance waiver, which could be a possibility. And I was just looking in terms of, and I asked this, I think of Augustus at one point in time, whether we have other business licenses, whether that is ever a part of what we require them to have insurance. And it was my understanding that that is not something that we do for any business, that is between the business person and their own business as to whether they get insurance. So if they don't have insurance out there, there's nothing that we can do about that anyway. So am I correct in that statement?
That's correct.
So I'm assuming that if they're going to do this, that they would be wise to have their own insurance waiver if indeed they cannot receive. And in that case, it would be between the client and the person doing it. So though I have hesitations, I also see the benefit of it. And so I think I'm willing to support it under those circumstances.
Rob and then Rick. Was that a hand, Rob?
Yeah, on the insurance issue, as I said when we discussed this before, I own a business in Grants Pass, and there's certain liability, and I've actually had people, fall down in the store, and we've had some problems every now and again. But no city council ever told me I needed to have insurance. It just was the smart move on my part to protect the rest of my assets and be able to make sure that I could afford to provide care for someone if they were injured. So, I think it's a tremendous overreach for the city council to pick and choose which businesses should be required to have insurance. I mean, what about an arborist that gets chosen to service the heritage tree that we approved tonight? I mean, if an arborist messes up, they could take out a whole neighborhood. They could take out the power lines, they could take out 3 houses with a tree that size or worse, kill half a dozen people. There's no requirement. So, to me, that should be just as much a concern for anyone who wants insurance for all businesses, rather than put a stigma on this business because it's quote unquote drugs. I don't look at this as a business that should have a stigma on it. It has no bad track record. There's no reason to treat this any differently than other businesses. I mean, if you want to look at, high-risk businesses like roofing, or for that matter, one of the riskiest jobs in the world is being a jockey. I mean, it's true, right? It's the most dangerous sport as far as that goes. But there's no requirement. So until I see councilors wanting to be consistent about government overreach and making sure that all businesses have insurance, I can't really. I refuse to personally look at this as a business that deserves a stigma and should be singled out because there's no one's given a valid reason to do that.
Rick, then Joel, then Vanessa.
Augustus, when the city has an event that goes on, typically whoever is putting on that event, such as the Balloon Festival, in the past, the city used to require that event have insurance to protect the city. So if you have a situation like this and something did happen that was, say, catastrophic in some way to a family, and it went before a jury, how do we're sitting here protecting the city, how do we protect the city if, in this case, the business does not have insurance? Aren't we leaving the door open?
So after thinking about this a little bit more after the workshop, It really depends, but I'm leaning towards no. And the reason that I'm leaning towards no is because, like Councilor Pell said, there's going to be an incentive for a business like this, a nascent business that's going to be novel, first in the nation. You know, this is brand new for the United States. There's going to be a very strong incentive for that business to stay in business. And in order for that business to stay in business, they need to mitigate risk. So that's not necessarily between the city and the business itself. The business itself is going to be responsible for mitigating any risk that it's going to have. That said, there are circumstances, I believe, under law where a governmental entity does require insurance in certain circumstances. I think to Councilor Pell's hypothetical, if you're talking about, you know, construction or dismantling something, you're going to need a permit. And to get a permit, you're going to have, in some cases, you're going to need a specialized license from the state, right? And to have that specialized license, there are circumstances where carrying insurance is a condition of that licensure. For example, I as an attorney am required to be insured by the state bar. So I'm exempt from carrying private insurance because I have one client, but a private attorney would be required by the Oregon State Bar to carry insurance. So there are circumstances where a government entity would require insurance from somebody. However, in this circumstance, given the reasons that I've stated, I think that the incentive for a nascent business in this area would have a very strong incentive to seek out and obtain insurance on their own.
Thank you.
Joel, then Vanessa, then Brian.
Well, I certainly agree with all that has been said, and including Rob, in terms of the city and overreach. The thing that I was concerned with, if it's a medical thing, people that give you influenza shots have insurance. People that take your blood pressure at the doctor's office have insurance. So if it's a medical thing, but it's not us that require it, it's the state. Under this scenario, what happened, and they asked the OHA about insurance. And this is what I would, at a minimum, encourage the council to adopt, and I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on it. But OHA responded, we're not addressing that. Be silent. Because if you address it, then you might increase your liability of the state or the council or the city. So at a minimum, it's not consistent with the rest of the medical field. Just recognize it. It is consistent with the recreational part. That I'm not sure it's good public policy, but at a minimum, council, we just be silent on it. We don't say that you don't have to have it. We don't say that you have to have it. We're just silent on it.
Vanessa.
I feel privileged that this community and that this council is moving forward on this voter-approved initiative. I am encouraged that this council has taken time to establish time, place, and manner restrictions before the licensure process has begun. I look forward to learning how this helps members of our community and those that will have to travel here from other areas of our state to obtain this service. Unfortunately, our community is only one of 3 rural areas across the state to allow this service, so I am thankful that we have additionally allowed the psilocybin service centers for that reason. With that being said, I move to adopt the ordinance adding Title 12, Psilocybin Businesses, Chapter 12.01, Psilocybin Service Centers, Chapter 12.02, Psilocybin Therapy Retreats, Chapter 12.03, Psilocybin Production Sites, and Chapter 12.04, Prohibitions to the Grants Pass Municipal Code, and have it read by title only. First reading with an amendment to Section 12.03.050, eliminating operating hours for production sites.
Second from Kurt. Is there discussion on the motion? Rob?
Yeah, I appreciate the amendment on the production sites. I don't personally know. There was one gentleman tonight who indicated that timing can be of the essence when it comes to harvesting the mushrooms. But even before that, I was just thinking 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. is pretty limited. There are a lot of go-getters who go to work at 5 or 6 in the morning and or you know, are really driven and work all night. So to me, you know, those are kind of arbitrary hours and based on just feeling that we needed to have some hours, but there was really no basis for it. So I definitely appreciate the changes or the removal of the production hours.
Further discussion? Joel?
Well, I'm going to vote against the measure, not because it's not a good treatment for those people that need it. I just think we need to treat it like it is, as a medicine. And I'm kind of like Rick, and I think to treat it like this is bad public policy. I think it can be abused, and not intentionally so. And I think we can do better. I think we can do better than what they did in the 60s. And I think we can have this be a legitimate treatment. But I don't think this is the path to follow. I think it would be easy. It'd be easy to get a path we can follow, but this isn't it.
Further discussion? All right, Vanessa made the motion to adopt the ordinance with the amendment of striking 12.03.050 regarding hours of operation. And Vanessa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
No.
Valerie?
Yes.
Rick?
No.
Kurt?
Yes.
And DJ?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-2. And because that was not unanimous, we will do the first reading tonight, but not the second.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass, adding Grants Pass Municipal Code Title 12, Psilocybin Businesses, Chapter 12.01, Psilocybin Service Centers, Chapter 12.02, Psilocybin Therapy Retreats, Chapter 12.03, Psilocybin Production Sites, and Chapter 12.04, Prohibitions as amended.
Thank you. All right, next again, we had a change in our agenda. So next up, we are going to discuss item H with regard to a resolution adopting the temporary shelter and emergency declaration policy. And our city manager, Aaron Kubik, is going to present. And Council, you should have both the presentation has the little temperature gauge on the top, and then you also have a purple packet that's a supplement to your the rest of your agenda that you or packet that you received last week.
What's that? It's not. Hold on. Now are we good? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. Here to talk about a resolution to adopt a temporary shelter and emergency declaration policy. So this is related to council goals as it supports council's goal of enhanced community safety, specifically under safety, objective 4, enhance a safe and secure environment, and that is action 5, enhance emergency preparedness. So what are we talking about? We're talking about declaring the potential of declaring an emergency, which would provide for better access to creating a warming center. A warming center in our community is a short-term emergency shelter that operates when either air quality or temperatures are either too cold or too hot. A combination of things could also affect the temperature, and it's an opportunity for people to get out of the inclement, dangerous condition that might otherwise not have an opportunity to. In a declaration for this, the city's responsibility is to declare an emergency, and as it's defined in the draft policy in front of you, that would be the council or the city manager can declare that emergency. The city council's responsibility in this also, once the emergency is declared, is when an applicant does show interest in actually standing up, what we call standing up, which is creating or operating an emergency shelter. The city would review that shelter and approve that shelter. We do have a shelter application process, and that is included in the temporary shelter emergency declaration policy. And then over the time of that, the city would also develop and continue to maintain a shelter team with stakeholders and city departments to make sure that everyone has the support that's needed in order to run within the parameters that are established in the policy. The policy goes on to declare an emergency. When would an emergency be declared? It's stated in here that it would occur when a forecast of temperatures of 25 degrees Fahrenheit or less are in the weather forecast, or potentially if temperatures are 32 degrees or less based on other causes that might create it to be feeling colder based on the things that are listed here. For an extreme heat warning, it would, one of the items would be 102 degrees Fahrenheit or more, or forecasted temperatures of 80 degrees or higher if there are certain other situations associated with the climate that would create something to feel hotter than the temperature of 80 degrees. Then also we've talked about in our community, unfortunately, the past few years we've had to deal with air quality issues. And so this does address air quality emergency declaration, where if the air quality is in very unhealthy condition or more, there could be an emergency declared also. The key with the city declaring emergencies, it does two things. One, it declares that there is an inclement weather condition that we're dealing with. It provides then an opportunity for, because it's an emergency, to house individuals in, say, non-residential zones where normally they couldn't be. You can do that in any emergency situation for up to 90 days. And so if the city declares an emergency, then it reduces or it loosens up those zoning regulations and allows for some potential sites to now be operated as a warming or cooling shelter. So that's the key point on why cities do declare emergencies, because it provides for more opportunity for areas to be serviced as a warming or cooling center. So in this, the city would be responsible for declaring the emergency, providing support in the permitting process, and then that declaration would then provide an opportunity for community buildings to be utilized for a shelter location. Your call to action today is scheduled for today, but it is at council's discretion. Cost implication, there is no cost for the adoption of this. Although there is, as some of you may be aware, there is actually a warming shelter that has been identified at a location, the Newman Methodist Church, and UCAN is taking the lead on that. So they are getting ready to stand up in inclement weather when appropriate. I have talked with UCAN, and they mentioned that any potential support that the city might be able to put aside for their operation might be helpful when it comes to maybe security costs or something along those lines. They'd appreciate an opportunity to be able to ask the city for some kind of operational costs. If the city is also interested in that, potential motion that would be associated with future funding would be to provide an opportunity for the city manager, either through the Department of Administrative Services funding up to, say, $50,000 or something. We could provide support for either leasing a building or for security or whatever from an operation perspective, as a side note. Your alternatives is to adopt a temporary shelter and emergency declaration policy, adopt the resolution with modifications, or don't adopt the resolution, and the potential motion is in front of you. With that, I turn it over to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Aaron. Council, do you have questions? Brian.
Thanks, Aaron. I have two questions. First one is about the potential warming shelter at the church. do we know how many square feet or how many people that could potentially shelter?
No, that would be a you can question.
Okay. And then second question is regarding the criteria for declaring the emergency. For cold weather and hot weather, are those standard? I'm just curious where these benchmarks came from.
It did come from observation of other policies that have been established and identified in conversations with Emily Ring from Emergency Management and others in the community of you need to start somewhere. And so those were some of the numbers that we've seen that are consistent. But it does change depending on the region of the state and or other states.
Okay, and so it says here the council or city manager or their designee may consider declaring the event. Is that something that council needs to clarify on who is in charge of making that declaration?
Well, in the policy as it's written, council can, on the dais, say we're going to declare emergency. It could be that an emergency hits and the city manager has the authority, or maybe the city manager and his or her designee, which may be the emergency manager for the city, which in this situation, that role falls with under the fire chief. So that could be all an option. So it's not, it provides the flexibility if something comes in quickly, that something could be stood up a little quicker.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Vanessa?
Did you say that UCAN and the Methodist Church have a location, or they need help obtaining one?
No, we have a location identified.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Valerie?
And I'm assuming at this point in time, it'll be UCAN who will do the coordinating of the volunteers, and that will be, they'll be working on getting that?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and what this policy does, again, just as a refresher, is it provides an opportunity for the city to declare the emergency. And then what that does is it releases and loosens up some of those codes to provide an opportunity for churches or other structures to house in a temporary nature for those extreme weather conditions. And then we have established also in this policy an application process that would meet that criteria.
Other questions at this time? All right, I'm going to open this up to public for comment, and I know we have a number of people here who want to speak on matters related to homeless shelter. So at this time, I want you to restrict your comments specifically to emergency warming, cooling shelters, and not just homeless shelters in general. We will take public comment on that immediately after we're done with this item. So if you would like to speak on this policy of emergency shelter, please step forward, state your name and whether or not you are a resident of the city, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this subject?
I want to commend you all. My name is Tina Hughes. I live in Grants Pass. I want to commend you all for doing this. This is huge. I know it's been a long time in the making, and it's going to make a huge difference. However, I would like to address the 25 degrees, because the purpose of this is, the paramount purpose is the prevention of death and injury from exposure to the elements. 25 degrees is not going to cut that. So I would suggest minimally 30, which is typical for most warming shelters or centers. 25 is not acceptable. That's it. Thank you. I appreciate you all very, very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this?
Hello, my name is Anita Gomez, and I've been a resident for 18 years here in Grants Pass, and I emailed all of you, so I think you hopefully read that I'm very passionate about what we need to do for our unhoused population. So thank you for this resolution. I'm a little distressed that here we are in December and we're just now doing this. So my concern is the when. I understand from tonight we have a where. Tomorrow the freezing rain starts. So I don't know if this is going to be available starting tomorrow. I did get a hold of the resolution application packet. It's 23 pages long. Hopefully you knows how to cut through a lot of that paperwork, and this can be facilitated very quickly. Because if it takes, I understand this is your last meeting for the year, so if this takes time, these folks are out in the weather. That just isn't right. I do appreciate that you don't want to talk at this time about a permanent shelter. That is also something I have an interest in. I do know that the city has the funding available. You talked about helping facilitate this, I think, financially, out of that $1 million grant money that you have. And I would hope this all can happen very, very quickly because, baby, it's cold outside. Thank you.
Anyone else who wants to speak on this issue?
Hi, thank you for hearing us.
What is your name? Can you tell us your name?
TJ, resident, Grants Pass.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Timothy, TJ.
Okay, and your last name?
Wood,
Okay.
W-O-O-D.
Go ahead, TJ.
As a resident, one of the issues that I face is the cold. And right now I'm battling with pneumonia and getting over it. A lot of people are suffering through this, and I think the idea of a place to go that would be safe, secure, and warm would be very much, not so much accommodating, but would fulfill a need for people that are in a situation like I am, which is not by choice, but we are where we're at. So it'd be nice to be warm or cooler in the summertime. I just think it's a good idea. Is that good?
Yep,
Okay.
that's
Thank
fine,
you for
thank you.
listening.
Is there anyone else who wanted to speak? All right, we'll close public comment on this issue and turn it over to council for discussion. Who wants to start? Go ahead, Brian.
Sure, I'll start. I agree that the 25-degree threshold is too low. I would be in favor of a 30-degree threshold. I also have a little bit of concern about the air quality threshold. It's at very unhealthy, which is, I don't know the metric, but it's 200 of whatever, the air quality is. 150 is unhealthy for everybody, and 100 is unhealthy for sensitive groups. So I think I might be in favor of having that air quality index kick in at just unhealthy instead of very unhealthy. But aside from that, I'm in favor of moving forward and probably earmarking at least $20,000 for shelter operations immediately.
Anybody else? Valerie?
I was just going to ask, do we have any idea, any research as to what it does cost to run a shelter? I mean, that's kind of one of those things.
I'll give you a little
I
bit
don't
of-
have any idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, let me fill in a little background here. So at the time Aaron and I spoke about this Monday afternoon, this is our last meeting for the year. And obviously we are here in winter already. So we added this policy to the agenda, as well as the idea that you would approve a certain amount of money in case, in case there were expenses, including potentially a lease of an appropriate site, so that we wouldn't end up in a situation where we had to wait for a council meeting or schedule an emergency meeting in order for him to have the tools he needs to open something up. So there isn't a particular dollar amount. It would depend on probably primarily the location, and I'm not sure, we haven't really discussed this, but Newman Methodist has offered part of their site as a potential location, and so they're working with UCAN and in touch with Aaron to see if we can get that going as soon as possible. But I think the idea behind the money especially was just to give the city manager authorization to make something happen in a fairly quick time period without having to come back to the council for authorization on that.
Yeah, and discussions with UCAN and experience from running the shelter 2 years ago, the most difficult issue with these temporary shelters is the evening time and security. And so in anticipation of what UCAN might be asking for, they may be asking for support if the city could in providing resources so they can hire something like concierge services or something along those lines to help in the evenings. So if there was an authorization of dollars for that through the DAS dollars or something like that to help the success of that, I think is where the mayor was, when the mayor and I were talking about.
Yeah, and I guess I agree that it needs to be there. I just didn't know how much money to throw out there, and, you know,
Well,
50,000 to 3,000.
his authorization, the city manager's authorization to spend without coming to council is $50,000. So, but we wanted to just make sure that he has the green light to spend for this reason and not necessarily for this particular event right now, but to just give an open thumbs up. Like if we need to do an emergency shelter, whether it's hot, cold, or air quality, it's often, a relatively quick thing. So we don't want the decision of whether or not to open a shelter to have to be dependent on having a city council meeting at the right time.
Right. And so my question is if we put the $50,000, that would go over a chunk of time. I mean, it wouldn't be just, so we don't have to come forth every time that there's emergency and say, okay, here's another 3,000 now, here's another 5,000 now. It's just like that's the amount that he is, but knowing that it would be over a period of time. I guess that's.
It's up to council, I guess. It's not it's not anything that's really been decided, but if, for example, prior to Newman's offer of their site, we were looking at potentially needing to rent a location. And so if we had to do a 2 or 3 month rental over the course of the winter to secure a facility that would be needed, on those cold days, how much does it cost to rent a building for 3 months? Could vary greatly depending on the building. Security costs, some winters are going to be colder than others, some summers are going to be hotter than others, yeah. But I guess just to give him a green light, if you are comfortable with him spending some city money with this, for this purpose, that's what the request is. Rick?
Aaron, do you have a ballpark or just a gut feeling what the cost would be for security? Or?
Yeah, I'll run you around $535 a night. I think it's their prices, their hourly rate is like $32 an hour or something along those lines.
Thank you.
Joel?
So Brian, could you repeat your comments on the dollar amount? I want to make sure I got that right.
Just the dollar amount?
Yeah.
Oh, I said at least 20,000.
20,000, and what was that based on?
That was based on that's probably enough money to get us through a good chunk of time, considering the information I've heard about the Newman facility and the cost of the facility and the cost of the security. Okay. So I was comfortable with that amount for probably getting us through at least a good chunk of the winter.
Sure, okay. Thank you, Brian.
Further discussion? Rob?
Yeah, first I definitely want to thank Ms. Hughes and Ms. Gomez for continually pushing and keeping this in front of our consciousness as counselors. And every time that you've ever communicated with us, it's been extremely respectfully, and it's clearly been very heartfelt, and I really appreciate your constant input on this. I just have to wonder if, and I'm very much in support of it. I just have to wonder if $20,000 is going to be enough. You run the risk, I guess, if there's a big dollar figure out there that people think it's a free-for-all, and maybe they don't sharpen their pencils and cut costs as much as possible. For that's a good reason to leave it at $20,000, I guess, because we want everyone to be very focused and not spend money frivolously. I also would like to see it maybe be more, because we don't really want to have it come back to council if there's a cold snap that lasts a little longer than we expect. We don't want to have to be back here every month or two. I would be okay with 20. I'd feel a little bit better with more, a little bit higher figure, 25 or 30. But again, that might also kind of encourage less frugal behavior on the part of the provider.
Vanessa?
I support the declaration coming into place at 32 degrees for cold weather and 100 degrees for warm weather. And I would agree with Councillor Pell and Councillor DeLagrange on that dollar figure.
Further discussion? Val?
I just happened to, I listened to the Ashland and the Medford one, I think every morning. So you think of that number would be on top of my head, but I do think they did raise it. I think it was at maybe 25. I think they went up to 28 is what they went up to, unless there was rain or any other conditions following. I'm fine with 30. I think that 30, unless there's some sort of other, rain, sleet, whatever that adds to that.
Brian, then Vanessa.
We'll just keep things moving. I'll go ahead and move to approve the resolution adopting the temporary shelter and emergency declaration policy with the amendments of the cold weather forecasted low temperatures of 25 being revised upward to 30, the hot weather being revised to 100, and the air quality being revised to 150 at the unhealthy category, and then authorizing the city manager at a $25,000 amount.
Is there a second? Val? All right, discussion on that motion? Vanessa, you were next in line anyway. Did you have comment? No? No discussion? Rob?
I completely agree with Brian on the 30 degrees and the 100 degrees. The 150 on the air quality is, I just wonder if the shelter is going to be open for many weeks at a time, in the summer, if we do that. It just seems to me 150 is it's too low. And I'm just trying to remember. It's hard for me to remember clearly exactly and calibrate, my memory of what bad air is, but 150 is, it almost seems like half the times we have a smoke event at 150, we're almost pleased that it's only 150 on a given day. That's almost like clean air to us. So I think that number is too low. I'm not sure what number it should be, but I know 150 is low. Clearly, when you get to 300, it's brutal. Mm-hmm. But if I had to pick an arbitrary number, I would certainly say 200 or 225 or something like that. But I think 150 is too low of a number on that.
Brian, then Joel.
So just in response, we're not on the hook to pay for all the operations of these emergency shelters. We're giving kind of seed money to get through the winter, but we're not on the hook for ongoing operations costs. So if somebody, we're just giving people the opportunity to open a shelter during these situations. So it's already unhealthy for sensitive groups over 100 ppm. So I'm okay with it just because we're not on the hook financially for every single situation that arises.
Joel?
Well, the other thing I'm thinking is, we may declare an emergency, but then Newman and UCAN have to operate it. Mm-hmm. And they may have a different threshold. They don't have to abide by our threshold. It's just that they have the possibility, if they have the volunteers. And what's happened in other communities, unfortunately, is it went too often and they wore out their volunteers, like down in Ashland. And I'm sure you can, and Newman, you know, they don't want to do this just to do it. They want to do it to serve a need. So they're going to exercise some discretion. We just give them the flexibility to do that. And so it doesn't mean as soon as we declare an emergency, they're going to do it automatically. I'm sure they're going to, it just gives them the authority that if they want to do it, they can.
I think Joel's spot on there with the authority, and one particular thing that it does is it opens the door when an emergency meets those requirements to have the fire marshal give that temporary shelter authorization in a place that wouldn't normally be authorized for housing. Is there further discussion? No? Okay. Brian, let's see. Brian made the motion to give the authorization when the low temperature is predicted at 30 degrees, hot at 100, an AQI of 150, and designating or authorizing up to $25,000. So that's what we're voting on. And Brian, how do you vote?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
And DJ?
No.
All right, motion.
Hey, what about me?
Sorry, Rob.
Yes.
That empty chair there threw me off. All right, motion passes 7-1. All right, and that, next up, we are going to do public comment because these other council action items don't necessarily have people waiting for them, and we do have people waiting for public comment. So, public comment is an opportunity for the public to address the city council on items not related to a public hearing or item on the agenda tonight. The intent is to provide information that is pertinent to the city's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the council as one body, not to individuals. And at the conclusion of public comment, council will have an opportunity to respond. This meeting will proceed in an effective and courteous manner. Citizens and council members will be allowed to state their positions in an atmosphere free from slander, threats, or other personal attacks. Signs or placards, outbursts of applause, campaigning for public office, or other disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. And if you have a question regarding any government-provided service or a current city policy, please contact the city manager's office in an attempt to resolve the matter. And first up, we have Bracken Sharp.
Make sure this light's on.
Is the light on at the base?
Light is on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Bracken Sharp. I'm a city resident, and I'm also the vice president for the Grants Pass Professional Firefighters, IAF Local 3564. And tonight I'm here to speak on council's top strategic goal and #1 objective for 2022 in finding permanent funding for police and fire rescue services. Based on quarterly strategic goal updates, excuse me, council was presented with funding options at council workshops on February 14th, March 14th, June 20th, July 11th, and July 25th, where a discussion regarding implementing a utility fee and supporting the county's 3% seasonal sales tax took place. It is now December 7th and the final meeting of 2022, and there has not been any decision made to achieve your top priority for the year. This is a topic that has been passed on from year to year with no movement. I understand that there are several members of council that like the idea of a levy as a report card, to which our membership strongly disagrees with. With that, I would also ask, if your child were to bring home a report card with an F, would the logical thing be to remove them from school because they did not pass? Or would the fix be to see where they are having issues and do what you can to best support them? In our opinion, permanent funding set at a rate to improve service levels is the best way to support this critical pillar of the city's infrastructure and in the best interest of the safety of your constituents. Now, I know that this is not news to any of you, but I believe that it should be readdressed Your fire department services the nearly 40,000 citizens of the city and an additional 60+ thousand citizens outside the city limits with 2 firefighters on a fire engine. While that alone presents a significant liability due to risk to firefighters while operating on incident scenes, limited capabilities of our engine companies from this critically low staffing level presents a consequential risk to the community. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, conducted a study in regards to firefighter safety and effectiveness at varying staffing levels, which I will provide all of you and the city manager with this study tonight. When I get home, I'll send that over to you. You can look that over in your own time, but to quickly summarize, there is an exponential increase in effectiveness and intern safety from quicker extinguishment when companies are appropriately staffed with 4 firefighters, as is the industry standard required by the National Fire Protection Association Standard 1710, which I'll also include. That standard also suggests that there's a minimum of 14 firefighters that respond to a first alarm or initial response fire in a single family home. Grants Pass Fire Rescue currently responds with 6 to 8 firefighters, a battalion chief, and 2 firefighters from a mutual aid department if available. Now, I cannot overstate the high level, professional, and necessary job that your firefighters do every single day. We are a group that has been learned to deal with the hand that we are dealt and do it to the best of our abilities, but that hand can only get us so far. Our call to action is for council to take action. I understand that this topic has been placed on an agenda for a workshop next month, where I hope that council can begin to make decisions that need to be made to continue and support these essential services that embody
Bracken,
and carry
your red
the
light
mission
went
of
off.
council. What's that?
I'm sorry, your red light went off.
I know it went off, but I want to finish my statement.
You're doing a great
Yeah.
job, but we have a lot of people waiting, and
got
I
it.
can't let
Yep.
people go beyond the red light.
You got
Sorry.
it. Yep.
Thanks to everybody for your patience tonight. I know it's been a long one. We got a ways to go here. Juanita Menchaca.
Good evening. I'm a cultural anthropologist.
Can you pull the mic down closer?
Yes.
There you go.
Do I need to set something here? Okay. I'm a cultural anthropologist. I've done work in South America, et cetera. I've been spending some time with our unhoused population here, doing ethnographic work. There are a few things that come to mind. I think, for one, I sent all of you, at least all the councilors and mayor, a kind of outside-the-box idea for using some resources in Riverside Park for temporary warming shelter. I hear the concern about cost, et cetera. I won't go on about that. I don't have time. I suggest that we do some thinking outside the box. These folks that are unhoused, many of them are very organized. Some of them have survived for a long period of time outdoors. So you have some folks who have been able to function well. Many others have not. I would like to say that one single shelter in the center of town is not going to serve the needs. The proposal I put forth about using resources in the park, that's where a lot of these folks are. So you can talk about what you like and you don't like and where these people are, but they are where they are, and most of them are on foot. So getting people to just one place is not probably going to work. We hear things from people, various reports about last few days ago, they were saying people were being made to move every 3 days. I don't know who makes these policies. I'm just telling you what was reported to me. That's untenable for folks who don't have transportation. While I was talking to an individual, this is not against any patrollers or anything, they came by, somebody had a their tent under the Trevilian Pavilion. No one was there, it was raining, and they told them they had to move their tent. This just doesn't make any sense to me. So my suggestion is that, and I'm happy to work in the way that I have been, you need to know your population. Don't assume that you know this population, and they're multifaceted. So thank you for the time.
Anita Gomez.
First, thank you very much for passing that resolution this evening. In terms of our city needing a permanent compassionate center for the unhoused, I haven't heard this discussion brought up. I just wanted to be mindful of the fact that in looking at what other cities have had to deal with, there's been a cascade of additional cost and problems when this is not addressed. And that would include crime, breaking and entering out of a need for shelter, emergency rooms being inundated with victims, hypothermia or otherwise. So, that's an unspoken cost. I don't, maybe in your other meetings, you've brought that up, but it's something to remind ourselves of. I also understand that the grant money expires in June. So again, this is a respectful reminder that that's only 6 months, time can get away. So if the city council is serious about finding a more permanent solution, that really needs some focus, and I really hope come the new year that focus is given. And again, I'm with the thinking outside the box group. Last thought, relevant to the Newman Methodist Church stepping forward, and I do hope that's ASAP. I don't know if the city has any kind of a mechanism to get the word out. I don't know who can be utilized. I don't know that the police department is the best to get the word out, to go to the parks, et cetera, where these folks are, and let them know there's now some place they can get in out of the rain. So if you have some mechanism for that, that'd be awesome. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
David Dapper.
Hi, I'm David Dapper, and I'm a resident of Grants Pass. And this, bringing your attention to the situation in our parks. I recently emailed all of you pictures of the current situation at Tussin Park. And it's untenable for families won't go there. You can see some of these campers, there's no respect for the park. There's piles of stuff 4 times the size of their tent. And Bend recently put limitations on how much junk they could have. I just cut a check for $3,100 for property taxes, and I won't use the park down the street for me. My wife and niece sure won't go down there, don't feel safe at all. The drug problems down there are out of control. Recently, in a sweep of Riverside Park, I was informed that 35 needles were found. And that kids are supposed to be able to play in our parks, and families. Like a pavilion, isn't that rented out to people for special occasions? Or is it just do what you want wherever you want? There's human waste problems on top of the drug problems. It's disgusting. I mean, please look at those pictures I sent you. Would you send your kids there to play? Anyway, thank you.
Mariah DeKnight.
Did I get it working this time? Okay,
Yes.
there we go. All right. So my name is Mariah. I am 40 years old. I am currently a resident of Grants Pass. When I realized I was going to be coming here tonight, I thought I would, I had an hour and a half. I was going to look up all these statistics and specially craft this beautifully well-written thing to tell you all. And because I have Verizon, my internet didn't work, so that didn't pan out. But what I can tell you is that I have been homeless on and off since I was roughly 17 years old. I have never done hard drugs in my entire life. I have worked hard, but unfortunately, unlike my parents' generation, hard work does not always get you from point A to point B. This is something my father told me. If you just go from point A and take steps, you will eventually get to point B. Now, what I've realized in my lifetime is that sometimes if you start at point A and take steps, you're just running in place. And that is what happens with a lot of these people in these homeless situations today. You take steps and you're still stuck because you don't have the proper resources. It's not just about, I have heard so many times, go get a job, you homeless bum, and had things thrown at me, and that's terrible. It's not just about getting a job. It's being able to have a shower. It's being able to have laundry facilities. It's being able to have an alarm clock to wake you up in the morning. It's about being able to make your coffee. It's about being able to have a valid bus pass to get from point A to point B. Stability is really what it comes down to. And I see a lot of people out there who really have, if they had different opportunities, if they had different chances, if they had different choices, would be able to stand up and take those steps to get from point A to point B. And that is, I think, the most important part. You can talk about the drug usage in the parks, and yes, that is absolutely a problem. I 100% agree. I think that having a place that offers mental health resources would be instrumental in in helping with the drug addiction. If you look at the cost, the amount that Social Security pays out in Oregon, I believe that the highest cost is $733 a month, while in Oregon, as of 2022, the federal poverty line is just over $13,000 a year. That $733 a month falls vastly under that $13,000 poverty line. Now, the cost of a one-bedroom apartment in Grants Pass, Oregon, I believe is $1,075 a month, which is over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for holding to your time. Kaylin Calhoun. She's still here? This next one I can't read. It starts with a D. Might say D or Deb or... All right, skip for now. Helen Cruz.
My name is Helen Cruz, and I've been a resident in Grants Pass, Oregon for over 40 years. I've been in front of all of you before, back in July. I was trespassed from Morrison Park because I was camping there. As far as the homeless situation and unhoused situation that we have in Grants Pass, Oregon, I absolutely do believe that if we all put the effort and time in together, we could find a solution that would work, okay? Now, a lot of these people don't want to be in the parks. They want to give it back to the kids. That's where it belongs. And I know city council don't want these people in the parks. So there's got to be some way, somewhere, that we can figure out a solution to where we can combine together and make it work. I see property all over the place. And you know what? I keep track, you know, and I see both sides of it. Now, I don't like to have to be out there and see the people struggling as they do. I work 2 jobs, and I am no longer unhoused because there's a very kind man behind me. And my thing is to see the people that I care about that I used to be out there with. And I see everybody just struggling so hard. There has got to be a way that we can figure something out. It's cold, it's raining, you know, they don't want to be out there. Some of them don't have a choice. The mental health, the lack of resources, I just don't understand why everybody just can't come together and figure something out somewhere. Something's got to be done. I am standing here today because I'm not a victim, I'm a survivor, and the struggle is real out there. You know, I'm sure not many of you would want to walk a day in my shoes, or would even want to even get a visual of what I go through daily being out there. And if you did, you know what? I wouldn't wish it upon anybody. But at the same time, if we all come together and figure something out, there's got to be something done. Thank you.
Mark Lyon?
My name is Mark Lyon. I've been a resident here since 1972. I've been homeless here too, quite a bit. I've been homeless. I could see where if we could come up with some sort of solution, you know, for people, a place to go, you know, a place to stay warm, you know, or get out of the hot or whatever, it would make such a difference. I see so many elderly people out there that are just struggling just to, you know, stay warm and get a meal in their belly or whatever, and they can't make it to the mobile kitchen or whatever, you know, it's tough. It's tough out there. People can't walk, and there's just all kinds of different stuff out there. I commend you all for being here and listening to everybody tonight. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Daniel? Somebody named Daniel who wanted to speak on the urban campground? How about Billy Stroh? Tina Hughes.
Hi, I'm Tina Hughes. I've been in Grants Pass since December of '89. I would like to propose a property to the City Council. It's 650 Southeast 8th Street. It's 4.8 acres. It's used as a fleet yard and I believe some office buildings, and then also like a grounds yard where there's storage of rock and gravel and that such stuff. If we could minimally have the lower half of it, which would hopefully include the building and the lot, we can make that work for a urban campground. I'd like to see us have it for 6 months, have volunteers working there, have it as a community, have it based off of successful current programs. Of course, there'll be rules, there'll be responsibilities, there'll be consequences, but there's going to be love and compassion and services that people need would be provided with the community that we already have, with ADAPT, with choices, with options, with help with getting their driver's license, a primary care provider, because these are things that the people don't have and they actually have to have. Showers. We haven't had showers in this town for over 4 years. I've been having people come to my house take showers. I've been having warming centers at my house. I've been having cooling centers at my house. I'm providing heat for people that are at the park now. It's time. The police are confused. The housed people are confused. The unhoused people are confused. The city is confused, and there's no reason at all we can't all come together and make this happen. We're just a tiny itsy bitsy nonprofit called Everybody's People. Our tagline is helping everybody's people, and I know that not having somebody to run the program has been an issue. We'll run it. The $10,000 for that is spent at the warming at the shelter could be used to help support this. It really is not going to cost that much money. If we do pallet homes, we've already got 20 pallet homes. We need like 30 more. We can do that. We can get pallet showers, pallet washer and dryer, pallet room where we can have warmth, and a kitchen for about $250,000. It wouldn't take much. We already have the infrastructure there. We have power, we have water, we have everything. We even have the fence. And I already met somebody who has worked at Caveman Fencing, and he knows that he can get a temporary fence if we could have just half of that. And hopefully down the road, we'll have all of it so we can have that as the navigation center. Thank you.
How about Thomas Moore?
Good evening. I'm Pastor Thomas Moore from Bethel Christian. I've worked with the homeless. Our church itself, in that super hot week in July, we had our banquet hall set up as a cooling center for what was the town. And we had a lot of people that were appreciative. The homeless are in a terrible situation out there. And there was a speech that was given at Rice University in 1962 by John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And one thing he said, we do not do these things because they are easy. We do these things because they are hard. There are hard decisions that do have to be made every day, and we're never ever going to be able to escape from that. I think the sooner we realize and face it, the better off we're going to be. The hardest decision that was ever made by anyone on this planet, it was Jesus Christ himself. When he came down in the fashion as a man, God himself here with us, and he went ahead obedient to the death of the cross. He literally gave his life for everyone. We ourselves have got to make up our mind that we are going to do more. He was a servant. He was obedient even unto the death of the cross. He made himself of no reputation, and that's not what we should be here for. We should be here for serving one another. And I ask everyone that can, Tina, she's put forward this proposal. That facility out there, it's doing nothing, just open space. That's all it is. You go and you drive by there, it's empty. My hat's off to Newman and UCAN and others, but there's got to be more done. And I think this is one of the excellent ideas that are out here for us if we just jump on it. We don't have a lot of time because I see children out there with their parents that are freezing. They're cold, they're hungry. At one corner one night, I'm giving out hot chocolate milk and donuts and a few other items, and this one little girl, she kept running and putting it where she knew she could get to it, and she'd keep coming back for more. There are people out there that are so in need. This is the season. This is the season we're in for giving, and we need to really consider this. I want to thank all of you for working so hard. I'm working hard too. I'm making a decision every time I step behind that pulpit. It's hard, but believe me, we got to keep going, one foot in front of the other. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I read off all the cards that I had. Was there anybody else who was wanting to speak tonight? Please come forward and tell us your name and whether or not you live in the city.
Josh Hopkins, city resident. I'm here to speak about trees. There was a comment made earlier. I just wanted to provide a little bit of cool education. So not to take away from the governmental overreach of your comment, Councilor Pell, but as a matter of fact, for anyone doing tree work as a profession on public or private property under Chapter 10 of our municipal code, you're not only required to have your certified arborist license, you're actually required to have insurance as well and submit that insurance to the city. So anyone out there that's getting these trees worked on by professionals, those professionals should be not only insured, licensed, the insurance is in the city, and we've got a list of all those arborists out there if anyone in the community wants to know who's who. Thank you.
Thank you. Change of pace. Anybody else?
A button on
No, it's
It
on?
should be on if you'd
Okay.
state your name and whether or not you live in the city.
My name is Charles Naylor, and I'm a citizen or resident of Grants Pass. You know, regarding the shelter, there's people that are recoverable and recoverable fast. You know, there's damages that they deal with. There's mental health issues that might seem to be insurmountable. I have probably an arrest record and a mental health record with different police organizations in different cities and states. But I'm not the person that I look or may appear to be on paper. You know, I mean, I was born on phenobarbital. The way that I came into the world was unorthodox, and through the things that I've had to work my way through. Basically, when I became homeless, it was because I felt unaccepted by everybody that I knew around me, and that I didn't have any avenues to
Speak up, Charles.
I'm sorry?
In the mic, please.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't want to do this because I knew that the severe PTSD and I mean, I feel like I'm floating right now. Yeah. I have issues that I either deal with or don't deal with. I worked hard at being the best person I could be and getting and working my way through the things. So I guess what I'm trying to express is that I'm fouled in the head, but given a chance, and if I feel like I'm accepted and if I can stop hating myself, hoping that a community or communities, neighborhoods will not hate me, then I might have a chance. Yeah, they're everybody's people. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I know it's hard and uncomfortable sometimes to come up. We do our best not to bite. Anybody else who wanted to speak tonight?
My name's Judy Breeding, and I'm a resident of Grants Pass, Oregon, like for a long time. You know, and I don't know who said what, but something about a senior citizen and not being able to pay their heat. Now, back in the early 70s, I remember my grandmother having a friend that had to choose between having a warm kitchen that day or eat a cold sandwich. You know, my grandma continued to feed that lady for a long time so that lady could turn her heat on, you know, so she could be warm. So I guess it's been an ongoing problem for years, you know, and I myself, I've always had a roof over my head. Luckily, somehow God has provided. And I've also given roofs over our head to a few of the homeless over the last 20 years, you know, and I'm happy to say that this one family, I'm so glad that I helped them. That the boys turned out to be terrific kids. The mother went through a treatment center up in Washington. She came back down to Wilsonville, had a great job. And at the end of this month, she's coming back to Grants Pass to be a great community member at Grants Pass. You know, it was just that one little thing. In that particular family, there was 4 of them, and I only had, at that time, had a small space in my garage. You know, but it worked. You know, so just don't be in judgment. If we can help, we help. You know, it just takes a little thing. It has to start with a seed. It just has to be. Thank you.
All right, anyone else for public comment tonight? All right, I will close public comment and ask council if anybody wanted to review public comment tonight. Joel?
Well, one of the things that's happening, there's a lot going on, and it's hard to stay abreast of it and coordinate it. I'm on the committee for mental illness and substance abuse between the county and the city. And they recently received, there was 4 different organizations that received $12 million in grants under Measure 110. And one of the organizations received $2.5 million. And at their last meeting, they reported they've bought property and they're going to put in a low barrier campground. I don't know the details of that, and it's their business. It's not city council business. The other nonprofits, we got over 80 nonprofits that are working on the issue. They can coordinate with each other. This one nonprofit particularly specializes in drug addiction and mental illness. It doesn't mean that has to be the only thing that they focus on if another nonprofit joins with them. But with 80 nonprofits, that's quite a budget. And so the goal is, as we got all these things going on, that we act as a community, we hold each other accountable, and we move forward in a way that makes sense. We don't duplicate efforts. We don't each build our own empire at the expense of the community. And we're aware of what's going on around us. So I appreciate everybody being here, and I appreciate everybody caring. Tina, I haven't seen you in a long time, and I miss you. But that's okay. That's okay. And I know that you have done a lot personally, and you're not the only one. There's been a lot of people in the faith community that have stepped up and taken people into their homes. And I just want to recognize you for that. So thank you.
Anyone else? Vanessa?
I also want to thank everyone coming forward this evening and speaking. I encourage anyone that has any ideas on solutions on how we can approach this really complex issue. I always welcome them, so thank you for bringing those forward. A special thanks to anyone that has or is experiencing homelessness for coming forward and sharing their experiences. Oftentimes, these are the voices that are missing during these discussions. So albeit it is very hard to share that information and it's stigmatized, thank you for doing so. It is very important. Also, thank you, Bracken, for being here this evening. You know, the issue with first responders is that they are trained to be calm, cool, and collected, even when the world around them is burning. So the fire department has responded to calls for service at the expectation that is expected from them, even when they are not at the staffing that they need to be at, and that is because of your first responder training. So to the outside, everything might seem kosher, but perhaps it isn't. So thank you for bringing that forward. I do appreciate it.
Anybody else? Joel, then Brian?
I just want to recognize our fire department, and you identified our number one priority, and you're right. We have not succeeded in our number one priority, and we need to take that to heart. We need to hear what you said, and hold us accountable for that. So thank you. Thank you for coming.
Brian?
Yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. I had a couple of questions in response to some comments, and whoever can answer, maybe Aaron or the chief, but I know earlier this year we submitted an application for a grant for additional firefighter positions, and have we heard back on that yet, or is that still pending?
That's still pending.
Do we have an expectation of when we will hear on that?
My understanding is if we haven't heard from by now, it's probably not a good chance that we're going to get it. That's my speculation, though.
Okay, thank you. And then, Chief, I had another question. Somebody brought up the practice of the police moving or telling people they need to move from under structures in the parks, and I'm just wondering how that plays out on the ground. Is that something that we do routinely?
I can tell you that the men and women of the police department do everything they can to adhere to the rules in place by the injunction and the state of Oregon, and go above and beyond, and do not just randomly move people along.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no doubt of that. I'm just wondering if there's any other additional practice that happens with regards to whether it's a gazebo or any sort of cover in the parks, or is that just handled the same as a non-covered area?
If you're just talking about people recreating in general or taking up space, people can rest during specific resting times, and then law enforcement are compelled to provide adequate notice, and some people might be able to avoid law enforcement and others sometimes can't. There's only so many of us to go around, and like I said at the beginning, we do everything we can to adhere to the rules.
Great, thank you, Chief. And then lastly, I just want to echo the sentiment of a lot of people with regards to getting something done on the homeless issue, above and beyond emergency weather shelter. We've been talking about it for 2 years and we've got nothing. And I've been ready to take action for 2 years. And I know a lot of counselors have been, and we've looked at a lot of sites, and we all know that a lot of those have had their own issues. There is a site that we've looked at in the past couple months that's not public, that did fit a lot of the criteria that we did not move on. And I would still be in favor of considering that site, considering we have $900,000 of DAS money to use. So whether we act on that site or we grant that money to an organization that can move on that site, I'm still ready to take action. Thank you.
Anyone else? Kurt?
I'll just echo the thanks to everybody who spoke. I just will quickly say that this was the comments section that we needed 2 years ago. So, thank you very much.
Joel?
You know, I did have one more, and I know it's getting late. We got to hurry up. One of the things that the Committee on Substance Abuse and Mental Health talked about, there was 3 disturbing statistics. One is we have the state with the highest rate of addiction to hard drugs. We have 1 person dying from alcohol poisoning in the state of Oregon every day. We have the lowest access for treatment, second lowest access for treatment of any state in the union. Okay, and so things are getting worse. And one of the guys stood up and he said, you know, you can have as many treatment centers as you want, and it's not going to cure the situation. He said, you got to talk about prevention. Because the amount of people that are becoming into this situation is overwhelming them. And without that discussion of prevention, it's going to continue. And it's not going to solve anything. So that I'm just spouting what he said to the committee, and it was a very solemn meeting because, you know, they've gotten a lot of money. They got some things they're going to do. The one nonprofit called it a low barrier shelter. I'm not sure what that looks like, but they're going ahead and they're going to implement it. And everybody was saying, well, what they're dealing with, like, for example, one of them got a grant to prevent people from overdosing on fentanyl. Well, in the last 2 years, the deaths from fentanyl, overdose, has increased 500%. And there's been several people in the city that have received that dose 15, 20 times. One guy received it 3 times in 1 day. And so we got some issues here that go beyond treatment centers and urban campgrounds. And it doesn't mean that it's not a legitimate part of the solution, but to think that it's going to fix everything is not true. And then the last thing they talked about was social policy. And they said the biggest issue they deal with is social policy that accelerates these things. And this was the director of a couple of the nonprofits that have to deal with it every day. It's not me talking. But social policy, which we set, government policy has impacts. So with that, we move forward.
Well, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I know we've talking about people with drug issues with regards to the homeless, but I know that we heard from several people tonight who say that they have jobs, who say that they have not used drugs, who don't have mental health problems, who have an income, who can't find housing in this community. And I think that nobody expects that one shelter is going to fix our problems, but it's going to help get some people off the street, and it is real cold outside. So with that, Karen, did we get any emails this week?
There was one regarding a homeless lawsuit idea, one suggesting using the Pavilion in Riverside Park to be used as a temporary warming shelter, and 2 emails with concerns about homeless in Riverside Park.
Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute recess, and we will come back to the rest of our agenda. It's 8:53. All right, everybody, welcome back. We have a special motion from Councilman Riker.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting past 9 o'clock.
Is there a second from Valerie? All in favor of extending the meeting past 9 o'clock, say aye. Anybody opposed? Aye. Kurt opposes. Awesome. All right. Well, we're going to continue past 9. I'm sorry, Kurt, we just want to keep you as long as possible. And now that everybody's tired and hungry, let's talk about Wild River Pizza. It's next up on the agenda.
It is with pleasure that I introduce to the council our new economic development manager, if you have not met her, Dana Pierce. And has been a long time Grants Pass resident, and so she came on in October to be our new economic development manager. So this is her first presentation to council, and just wanted to give a brief introduction to her.
Welcome, Dana.
Here. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Good evening. I'm Dana Pierce. I'm the Economic Development Manager. Tonight we are going to be looking at a resolution, amending resolution number 206959, awarding Wild River Brewing and Pizza Company a business retention and relocation assistance matching grant for up to $50,000 for fire suppression and infrastructure charges. So we'll just get started here. The subject and summary, the resolution would authorize a 1-month extension to the business retention and relocation assistance grant for their 595 Northeast E Street location. This relates to the council goals to encourage economic opportunities by facilitating an environment that encourages business prosperity. Let's see here. So the current grant request enabled an expansion of the kitchen space and additional seating. The fire suppression system allowed for a remodel, which would add approximately 100 new seats. And the expansion included a full bar and enhanced patio with fire pits and misters. The Wild River, as you probably all know, is a family-owned business since 1975 with 5 locations, including 2 in Grants Pass. A little bit of background about this program. In addition to assisting existing companies with infrastructure upgrades, the BRAG program is also intended to assist in system development charges and reimbursement district charges related to new upgrades and or business relocation. On August 19th of 2020, the City Council approved the BRAG grant with a 1-year expiration for system development charges and fire suppression for this applicant and the site. The applicant has been in contact with the city staff regarding the completion of their project and also the expiration of their current resolution. They submitted a letter on November 14th of 2022 citing that COVID, supply chain issues, and contractor availability were the reasons for their project delays. The cost implications for this project, capital project LB 6394. The budget had a budget of $400,000, and it was approved in fiscal year 21 for the BRAG program. The funding source for this is the Urban Renewal Agency, and it's a maximum $50,000 matching grant. We anticipate $46,668.69 in eligible expenses for this project. So the call to action this evening is at council discretion to approve the grant time extension, modify it, or deny it. And here is a potential motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Rick?
Welcome, Dana, and thank you for the presentation.
Yes, thank you.
It's my impression they've completed the requirements at this point, and it's just the matter of the extension of the grant.
That's true, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Val?
I just had a question because I noticed you said it was from the BRAG grant, that money comes from the urban renewal, right? They're not actually in the urban renewal, are they? District? Are they?
Yeah, the urban renewal agency does stem off to the east all the way down towards the industrial sites.
Oh, does it? Okay, that's great. I didn't think it was there. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Not right now? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone from the public who wanted to speak on this issue? All right, close public comment and turn it back to council for discussion. Valerie.
I move to approve the resolution amending Resolution 20-6959, awarding Wild River Brewing and Pizza Company a business retention and relocation assistance matching grant up to $50,000 for fire suppression and infrastructure charges. This approval includes a time extension of 1 month from the date of adoption of this resolution.
Second from Rick. Any discussion on that? No? Okay. Val, you made the motion to approve. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
And I believe DJ is no longer with us? Okay. Motion passes 7-0. All right. Next up, item D is a resolution that would authorize the city manager to execute a revised subrecipient agreement. Some of our housing authorities. Augusta's coming up.
Evening again, Mayor, Council. So we have an amended subrecipient agreement with Josephine Housing and Community Development Council and the Housing Authority of Jackson County. So some background, Council previously gave authorization to the city manager to enter into a subrecipient agreement with the Housing Authority of Jackson County and the Josephine Housing Community Development Council. Council allocated $3,014,662 in coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds for affordable housing. Just read that as ARPA funding. Legal counsel for the Housing Authority of Jackson County reviewed the subrecipient agreement and had redline revisions to accommodate using the ARPA funds to purchase real property. Now, the biggest change to this really resulted in the change of instead of giving reimbursement after purchasing the property, the money is going to be held in escrow to be released at closing. So going forward, the text that you're going to see in yellow are the suggested revisions. So paragraph 3, subrecipients will ensure that all expenditures utilizing SLFRF received in accordance with this agreement will be limited to the eligible services outlined in section 2.2. That was previously changed from 2.11. An older iteration of the rules actually had that numbered as 2.11. But I did catch that after the packet was printed. So that's not reflected in the current copies you have, but that's going to be changed in that paragraph, and it's also going to be changed in the whereas section where that same rule is reflected. And then, and or for supporting housing and other services experiencing homelessness and or the development of affordable housing. So not much of a change there. Paragraph 4 just adds that it includes anticipated land acquisition expenditures. This is a very minor change. So paragraph 5 adds a full paragraph that says, notwithstanding the foregoing, the parties acknowledge that exclusively processing land acquisition funds as a reimbursement will create unintended challenges in the acquisition process. So once a subrecipient identifies a parcel to be acquired and enters into appropriate purchase agreement, the city shall deposit an amount equal to the ARPA funds, SLFRF, to be spent on the acquisition into an escrow account that's to be paid out upon closing. And that subrecipient will provide verification to the city that the funds will be used exclusively for an ARPA-approved expenditure. If said acquisition does not close for any reason, the funds held in escrow will be returned to the city. So all this ensures is that the housing authorities don't put up the money and then get reimbursed. They wanted to be able to use the money, have it held in escrow, have the ARPA funds held in escrow, and then use it at closing. Paragraph 12 modifies the termination provision by adding, in the case of land acquisition funds pursuant to Section 5, for allowable expenditures made or committed to up to the date of termination. So that really speaks to the rights of the parties after, if the contract itself were to terminate. Paragraph 14 was, in my opinion, a little nitpicky. It previously had said subrecipients agree to defend. Here it's making it clear that each subrecipient agrees to defend and indemnify, and everything in the remainder of paragraph 14, with the exception of the end, kind of reflects that change. It states that, the last sentence states that under no circumstance will any subrecipient have any obligation under this section 14 based on the actions or inactions of the other subrecipient. So the subrecipient, if one subrecipient doesn't act right, it's not going to affect the rights of the other and vice versa. And paragraph 23 is the assignment clause. The addition here is that neither subrecipient will be required to obtain written consent to receive funds in the name of a LLC or a partnership in which the subrecipient has a controlling interest. So it may be the case that an LLC or a partnership may be used to procure the property as necessary. So your call to action date is tonight. The alternatives are to approve the resolution, to authorize the city manager to execute the revised subrecipient agreement, to approve the same with modifications, or to not approve the resolution. With that, I turn it over to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there questions? Brian?
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't able to find it in the agreement, but the money that we're giving them, are they authorized to use those funds for things other than land acquisition?
Yes, they are able to use those things. They're able to use it for any of the purposes that are outlined in that section 2.2 of the ARPA FAQ, which is, sorry, I didn't have it open. Using eligible, it says, paragraph 3, subrecipients will ensure that all expenditures utilizing SLFRF received in accordance with this agreement will be limited only to those eligible services outlined in section 2.2, we'll say that, of the U.S. Treasury ARPA FAQ, which states that eligible uses of SLFRF includes providing supportive housing and other services for individuals experiencing homelessness and or the development of affordable housing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Augustus. This is a council action item, so we take public comment. Is there anyone who wanted to speak on this issue? All right, we'll close public comment, turn it over to council for discussion. Brian.
Well, I know I'm in the minority here, but I'll just get this out of the way. I have concerns with the way the agreement is currently structured. Housing Authority doesn't have any sort of parameters or guardrails on how the money is supposed to be spent. They could spend 10% on land and essentially build an entire project with the money, which, you know, from their perspective is great, but from our perspective, the bang for our buck that we're going to get from that money is lower than if we had more specified parameters like the Ramsey project. The Ramsey project, you know, spending $1 million, we're getting 66 units. You can calculate that. We're getting, you know, it's about $15,000 per unit. This, we're spending $3 million, and they're anticipating 50 to 100 units, which works out to be $30,000 to $60,000 per unit, which bang for the buck wise is not nearly as good as other deals we've made in the past. So while I want to do everything we can to develop housing in our community, I think that we could get more for our money than the way this is currently structured. That said, I'll probably still vote to approve. Thank you.
Other discussion? Joel?
Well, I would hope, and from what our discussion over there at the League of Oregon Cities, that the Housing Authority uses the money to leverage with other sources as well, and that cost comes down and increases it even more. So, so that we would have As a housing authority, I think that's what they do across the state. They leverage those dollars with other sources, including from the state of Oregon and HUD. So even private investors. So I hope that's what happens.
Any other discussion? Rick?
My initial response on this, I think there's a degree of trust and the track record we've seen with both Josephine Housing and the Housing Authority of Jackson County that I'm comfortable with this. So that would be my perspective. Thank you.
Val?
Yeah, and I'll just say that in terms of getting affordable housing, these are the people that do it and make it happen. And I think the reason that they will have to pay a pretty penny for the land that they get to put it on if they're going between 50 and 100 units. And at the same time, having that money, my hopes are that they would use it for, in terms of the last time when they had to keep coming back for more. I think what they're just basically trying to do is to get it so that they can make it happen without having to keep putting it off and having to do it and ask for money more and more and more. And even I happen to know on the Ramsey project going forward that, they may have to come back to ask for some SDC things. These are expensive projects. And we're just looking at a small piece of the funding. $3 million sounds like it's a lot, but we're talking, these are millions and millions, and you have the low-income housing coming through. So if there's anybody at this point I trust, it would be Jackson County Housing, because they have gotten things done. And the purpose of them going forth and doing this is to bring the Josephine County along with the project to see how it works so that we can, in the future, get our own housing authority to have the ability to do some of these. So I'm very confident in their needing that amount of money to get something to happen. And the more they get, the better chances they have getting those tax credits.
Rob?
Yeah, I really appreciate Valerie's perspective, and that would be my hope as well, that it's the most efficient way that we're going to move forward, both short-term, meaning this particular action, and long-term.
Is anybody interested in making a motion?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Val?
I make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the revised subrecipient agreement.
Second? Joel? Any discussion on the motion? No? He's ready to vote. All right, Val, you made the motion to approve the resolution. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. All right. Next up, we have a resolution to adopt the city manager's annual evaluation. And it looks like JC is coming up to provide us with some information about salary and benefits.
Oh, what did I do? What did I do? How did I do that? Good evening, everybody. So I'm here based on Monday's questions on a discrepancy between a 2021 memorandum as well as what was presented in the packet for this year. So your subject and summary for the city manager performance evaluation is more of a compensation versus cost. I know in finance we sometimes use those terms synonymously, so we can go back and forth. The relationship to council goals was to provide cooperative shared leadership involving council staff and community. So I believe in a previous meeting, this was given to council as far as comparator data for the city manager across several cities. And at the bottom here, I've highlighted some of those numbers that made it in the packet for today, which are the 2003 068 and 2007, $203,068 and $207,074. And that is the difference of the number that made it into your packet. Now, to further go beyond that, advancing one step 2% from step 8 to step 9 on the city manager's salary schedule is compensation increase of about $4,006, which was in your packet, and this is those same numbers that were displayed. You could see the 2022 step 8 to the 2022 step 9 and that difference between step 8 and 9. And this is advancing one step 2% from step 8 to 9 on the city manager's salary schedule, including additional employer required benefit costs, increases the position cost to $5,076, which includes that $4,006. And so the difference or the discrepancy that was not included in this year's information was the required benefits costs, which you can see kind of outlined there in the middle section of this table. And so compared to the 272 or 272,000 number given in 2021, the step 9 amount is 282,000 approximately. And with that, I'll field any questions.
Questions, Rob?
So you say the required benefits package, required by what?
So there are either state law or there are contract language that the city manager is actually required to get the exact same compensation or benefits that are supplied by other contracts.
So required by the city manager's contract, basically, in this case?
Correct.
Thank you.
So every other, and to further go beyond that, my position, firefighter, police officer, we have very similar benefits as far as medical, dental, vision, and things that are supplied by the employer.
Right. And so the 282 figure with the additional step this year, is that before or after any COLA?
That is after the COLA. So the 3% COLA is at 277.
Okay.
And then next, the 2% step increases, bringing it to the 282.
Okay, thank you. And can you explain exactly what the deferred compensation contribution the city makes to the manager's compensation?
Yeah, so if I go back to this slide right here, it is a percentage, I believe, of the compensation package. Not every city does that, but that's what it's pegged at in its contract. And so we can elect as a city to do that, and I believe we've done that in the past as a percentage in the contract.
Rick?
So when we look at that slide in the benefits package, how does that compare to other cities? As you already stated, state law already requires us to do similar proposals. So does that pretty much, in general, match other cities, or are there ways to, that they are more, I want to say more extravagant or more frugal?
So there are certain things that cities can cut out, but there are certain things that you can't. So your Social Security, your Medicare, those are federal that you have to pay. PERS, the employer portion, the city has to pay. The 6% IAP pickup is optional, but however, a lot of cities pick it up on behalf of the employee. Health insurance, it's not normally 100% paid by the employee. The employer typically, as a benefit for a government employee, picks up a proportion of that because in theory, the governmental employees didn't make as much way back when compared to their private sector counterparts. And so the percentage splits have kind of remained as far as how government pays for those kinds of benefits. So over time, there's probably a dichotomy across this list of how they go through the maceration of what they give as compensation. But there are several things that the employer doesn't necessarily have a choice over.
Okay. Thank you, JC.
Joel?
So if I understand this correctly, and I'm relating it to my private sector experience when I made out payroll, the salary that we gave the employee was a lot different than including the quarterly taxes, or the monthly taxes, including Medicare and Social Security, where the employer is required. And I think the state of Oregon has even increased that now, not necessarily to this particular case, but to retirement for those that didn't have retirement. And then there was even a transit tax added for 1% of the employee's wages that goes to the state. And those are all added costs to the cost of employment. Is that correct?
Gosh, the transit tax, I believe, is 100% on the employee. I don't think that the employer pays that.
Really?
Correct.
I lost money.
But there are definitely like Medicare and Social Security that, yes.
Okay.
No
so
matter where you work,
that comes out of
private or
the
government.
employee's wages or net wages then, that 1%. Okay.
It's 6.2% for your FICA and 1.45 for your Medicare.
Yeah. Okay, thank
And
you.
there's a shared employee-employer portion on some of those too.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? No questions? Any public comment on this? No public comment? All right. So I think, let me turn to the right page here. Because I don't have a,
The potential motion
I
is
don't
on
have a
page
page,
134.
yeah, because it was the way it got moved, right? Or it's,
Yeah.
you got to dig into the consent part here. It was item A on the consent agenda, so page 133 in our packet. So the question before you here is actually to approve the city manager's annual evaluation. So any discussion or motion on that, Brian?
I just wanted to make a comment that we've been discussing looking at a potential 360 evaluation, and I know that that is still in process, and I just would like to remind council to not drop the ball on that since we are in the new evaluation year already. So let's keep that top of mind. Thank you.
Further discussion? Val?
I would like to move to approve the city manager's annual evaluation.
Second from Rick. Any discussion on that? Vanessa?
I remember in 2021 feeling extremely frustrated that my colleagues, to my perception, did not take this process and this evaluation seriously. And my frustration was refreshed again this year. So into the 2023 evaluation period, I would just ask council to take this more seriously.
Rob?
Yeah, I mentioned this last year, and I'll just bring it up again because it's still, I believe it's still pertinent. Last year, I felt completely blindsided when the evaluation scores automatically triggered a step increase for the city manager. And the reason I did is because midway through the 2021 year, the manager during a workshop explained to us that, especially during COVID, that employee retention was difficult. We had some long-time employees that maybe hadn't had a raise in 10 years or so because they'd stepped out, so to speak. They hit the top of their range, and that it would be good for morale and it would be good for retention, et cetera, to add 3 more steps. And it seemed reasonable at the time. However, the reason I felt blindsided is he never said, and in the interest of full disclosure, this will also give me a raise. And to me, At best, that was poorly done and a mistake. But for someone in the manager's position to not, when he essentially is coming to us with a plea that for the good of the city and for good of retention and for the good of long-term employees, we should change a system, and to not mention that he would personally benefit from that, I felt completely blindsided, and the memory of that and the reality of that is here today as well for me. So that was a problem for me then. It's still a problem for me now. The fact that a 207 figure was thrown around when in fact it's going to cost the taxpayers $282,000 this year to 272 or whatever last year. Again, there's just so much baggage in this evaluation process that just doesn't seem right. As Vanessa was saying, I mean, there's a few counselors during the process this year were asked to justify lower than average scores, which was done. There were counselors who had high scores that didn't even write anything down, even though that was the process and the protocol we were supposed to be doing, and they weren't asked to justify it. So this process, which is left over and kind of been hybridized over the years, and I assume people have been trying to improve it over the years, as far as I'm concerned, it's a mess. And I don't feel good about it in many different ways. I feel that the manager himself has contributed to why I feel that way with his non-disclosure about how these step increases would personally benefit him. And as far as twice the total compensation figure being given as 207, when in fact it's going to cost the taxpayers a third more than that. I just think this process, it was done essentially, we'll say too close to home. I think that I would say that the staff and the manager himself has had too much input on how his compensation should be, and it needs to be dramatically revised.
Any further discussion? Joel?
Well, I just had a short observation. If I remember correctly, the presentation was made by personnel, which was appropriate. It wasn't made by the city manager, and it was about management employees. And to me, I was fully aware that it applied to the city manager and other employees as well, as any salary schedule and additional steps in policy would. And there wasn't any exclusion from that. And so my recollection's a little different than Rob's, and I respect what Rob says, and my observations stand.
Any further discussion? All right, I think Val made the motion on this. Okay, Val, you made the motion to approve the city manager's evaluation. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-1. And next up on the agenda, the most exciting topic of the night. We're going to talk about needs analysis for the city maintenance yard.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I know it's getting late, so I have prepared a very brief presentation for you tonight. This is on the city yard's needs assessment and facility master plan for the city, again, city yard. Subject and summary is just to provide some information on the proposed city yard needs assessment and master plan. Relationship to your council goals is maintaining and operating our infrastructure, and it's all part of our larger public facilities management plan. In July of 2020, council was presented with the results of the facilities maintenance group PAVE audit. That's performance, audit, visioning, and excellence. And as you recall, That report did identify quite a few areas where the city's facilities group was deficient in the operation, care, maintenance of our facilities. A key takeaway of that plan was that we needed to develop a capital improvement plan that incorporated needed facility-related investments. That council approved at that time a request for proposals to perform a facility condition assessment of all city facilities, which was performed. This included parks, police, fire, and utility infrastructure. And we did present that to you, I believe, this last summer. During that assessment, the Meng Group did develop an extensive list of observed deficiencies and predicted replacement projects for the city yard facilities. The city yard is comprised of multiple buildings, including open storage, closed storage, office space, fleet shops, as well as just on-site yard infrastructure. And before we start undertaking any major improvements to those, we probably want to stop, just make sure that we are making the right improvements, which is what brought us to the needs assessment and master plan process. So this project will continue with the facility planning recommended by the Marina and Company report by evaluating the various uses within the city yard and facility and providing the council with a list of potential options for getting the maximum efficiency from the site. Currently, 5 divisions and over 28 staff members are permanently assigned to that location. 6 other divisions utilize space at that location, including finance and administration, police and fire, facilities, water treatment, and parks, all rent space at this facility. Current facilities at the city yard don't meet all of the needs that we're asking it to. As an example, Fleet Services performs a lot of the maintenance on the very large vehicles outside in the driveway. We do not have enough facilities to be able to bring those trucks indoors. You'll often see Dave outside with the cab up on the fire truck, laying down in the dirt, working on the fire truck. It's not an ideal situation. Collections, streets, drainage, and distribution crews share quarters designed for about half of the staff that's currently assigned. The last time that crew quarters was expanded was back in the late 90s, early 2000s, when we had about half the staff members. It's not quite doubled, but it's come close. As we've grown as a city, we've had to add staff to be able to cover all of that ground. In addition, our heated storage bays are, we don't have enough of them for some of our expensive equipment. Our Vector trucks and some of the bigger equipment, we need those indoors during freezing temperatures. The last thing we want is for those $800,000 trucks to sit outside and crack a pump or some other critical infrastructure because they're filled with water. So the project timeline, on September 6th, we did advertise the availability of the request for proposals as well as called a number of firms personally. On September 29th, proposals were due and were to be received. We only received 1 proposal. We believe there's a lot of work right now, but we were a little disappointed. It was deemed to be qualified and responsive, however. After we received that, we did request a complete scope of work and fee estimate from the company in question. We held several meetings with that firm and negotiated back and forth on the amount of time required to do the project as well as their project approach, and we arrived at the scope and fee, which is in the packet. So the project process will be a complete document review to look at what we're doing. There will be an informal pre-app meeting with planning so that they can assess the potential development criteria for the site. They are going to observe operations on the site. So come down and see how traffic moves through the site, what the crews use it for. They're going to interview staff to understand needs and potential gaps. They'll conduct a sustainability workshop to kind of look at how we can optimize our operations from a sustainability standpoint. They're going to develop planning level estimates of needed facilities with a small typo there. That's facilities, not I'm not even going to try that. And then create a preliminary design with some budget level cost estimates for your consideration. Also, as part of this project, we did ask that they evaluate the existing site potential repurposing. This has come up several times in the last, I want to say, 5 years that I've been doing this job, where people ask, is there a better use for this property with its location so close to the center of town? If we are looking at facilities, maybe it is time to look at a different location, and they will evaluate up to 2 additional sites for the potential reuse. Part of that consideration will be actually meeting with other potential partners, such as Josephine County and ODOT, about a combined facility. Cost for the initial study is $96,400 and would be billed to Project LB 6421, the City Yards Needs Assessment that was approved in last year's budget. That project is funded with $380,000, including a mix of funds from the site users as well as Public Works Administration. And your alternatives are to authorize the city manager to enter into the agreement, authorize the city manager to renegotiate that scope and fee with Scott Edwards Architecture, or do not authorize the manager to enter into the agreement. And with that, I would be happy to take your questions.
Are there any questions? Brian?
Yeah, thank you, Jason. So one of our goals was to create the public facility management plan, and is that the same thing as the capital improvement plan, or is that a different plan?
So the capital improvement plan is contained within the report from Meng. When we come back, I'm going to bring this slide back up. We have data like this on all of our projects, and when you drill down into this, it lists a total amount of observed deficiencies. That 61,000, I'm just looking at the city shop office up behind me here. Let me point that out just real quick. So right here, this 61,000 is actually comprised of probably 5 or 6 different projects that make up that cost. The PR, which is the predicted renewals, these are the projects looking forward for the next 7 to 10 years that we need to spend an additional $278,000 just on the city shop office. So that's the same for all of these additional items in the list. And we have that for all of the city projects. So there is a capital plan for these to keep them in the same condition they are today, but not enhance any usage or expand for additional personnel.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm clear, the public facility management plan is kind of the overarching plan, and then the capital improvement plan is for each site?
So we don't necessarily need it for every site. However, for this one location where we have so many different uses going on at the same location, we really need to plan any future upgrades very carefully. So as an example, I'm going to come back. One of the initial conversations that we had with the consultant, when we look at this facility, this is building A, this is our crew quarters, this is where most of the people are housed. And here is where we have our vehicle storage, heated vehicle storage, as well as some of our dry storage, the fleet shop in the center. We know this building is way too small. This is like storage for all of the stuff that everybody needs. In addition to admin has some storage here, public safety has some storage here. And then this is our main storage facility where we're, in addition to all of facilities storage, there's some park storage and all the pipes and fittings that we need for out in the yard. When we go to redo, say, the fleet facility as the first phase, how do we want to do that to where we don't inhibit the other uses in there? We may have to build another building back over here, tear this one down, build the next one. So we just want to make sure that we come up with a full plan for the full location.
Okay, great. Yeah. On slide 4, the one that has all the numbers on it,
yep.
There's the observed deficiencies total.
Yeah.
Is that the total at the bottom, the yard infrastructure?
That's the one number that we took quite a bit of offense with Meng on. That's the yard infrastructure. That's a single project, and that is the repaving of the entire location. We think their number is wrong for starters, but it's not, you're probably $500,000 to repave this entire location, but 1.7 is basically repaving the entire site, redoing some of the on-site infrastructure. So it is a big project.
Okay, and then the next column, the PR total. What is PR total?
So those are predicted renewals, and those are the totals for each of the facilities. There's not like a grand total on this slide. So as an example, the very top one, that 100,000 right here, those are the predicted renewals for building A. They're going to include projects that are out 10, 15 years, including electrical. You have to replace the electrical service probably at a 50-year time frame.
Okay, so the red column is things where we're behind and we need to catch up, and the blue is things that are going to be coming in the fairly near future.
That's exactly it.
Okay, and are we going to have other city sites that are going to have the same sort of analysis.
Yeah, that was in that Meng report that we showed you. I believe that was in June. All city facilities have this data. I can get you a copy of that if we didn't provide that yet.
Okay, yep, that would be great. Yep, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Joel?
So Jason, I'll just do a brain dump with you. So there's different funds in the city that fund facilities. So there's your water fund, your street fund, your general fund, and each of those then have a facilities master plan that has priorities listed to it as far as what we need to do next within that fund. So as we look at this facility yard, where does that play in the priorities, and what fund is that coming from?
That's a great question. So you are right. The large utilities do have master plans which look at their facilities. The water and wastewater both have facility plans. We also have master plans for all of the underground infrastructure. Ideally, I think if it was up to me, facilities would fund this 100% because they're the ones that will end up building it and then renting it back to us over time. Facilities is not funded well enough to do these types of studies. So what we have done is we have asked the users of the facility to pay for this study, to develop the master plan, to determine what it is that they need. So they're paying for it. That means water, wastewater, streets, stormwater, fleet, and public works admin. We charged all of those people to fund this to be able to determine what we're going to build, potentially build in the future, and where we need to build it.
Okay, so then given that, and that sounds appropriate, given that then within the priorities, then I would assume, and you need to confirm this for me, that amongst all those, like, I don't know about public safety and like the North Firehouse and those kind of things, that this is one of the highest priorities that we need to look at next?
Well, I think all of those are very high priority. I know that we looked at doing some work at Hillcrest. We've got a project funded there and needed some additional work. I know that the chief will be coming back and talking to you about that some more in the future. This is just to identify what needs to be done. You know, we have not even gone that far yet where we have at some of those other facilities. We know that we need to do some work there. Here, we know we have work, but we also don't know, okay, we fixed the building up, but it's still too small for the 28 people that are housed inside of it. So, you know, we still have to be looking out to the future.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Is there any public comment on this item? All right, let's close the comment.
Parks doesn't want to participate.
All right. He's just here for the show. We'll close public comment and turn it over to council for discussion. Val.
I move to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with Scott Edwards Architecture to provide a needs analysis and preliminary design for the city maintenance yard.
Is there a second? Kurt? Any discussion on this motion? All right, Val, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Abstain, I don't have enough information.
Joel?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6 and 1 abstention. Next, we have some appointments to our committees. So, first...
Do we have to fill out the things, or can we just make the motions because there's no extra people?
Yeah, we don't have to do...
Everything we have, every person who applied is
I
going
was
to be appointed.
just about to explain here. So, first up is the Historical Building and Sites Commission. You do not need to fill these out, I don't think. There are 2 openings for the commission. 2 candidates have applied. One position is for a representative from the local historical societies, and one is for a representative who is the owner of a business located within the Central Business District. So we did have 2 applications, and they are both downtown business owners, Terry Collins Bain and Sandra Crowder, who's reapplying for a position on the committee. Terry Collins Bain is also a member of the local historical society. So The commission itself does recommend the reappointment of Sandy Crowder. They says they're happy to have her on the commission, and they were excited she reapplied. Terry Collins Bain, or the other position at least, would be replacing Shirley Holtzinger as a member of the Historical Society. So I will open that up for motion. Val?
I move that we appoint Terry Collins Baines as the member representing the local historical society, and we appoint Sandra Crowder as the owner of a business located within the Central Business District for the City of Grants Pass to the Historical Buildings and Sites Commission.
Is there a second? Thanks, Kurt. Any discussion on the motion? All right. You want discussion? Okay, go ahead, Kurt.
I just want to thank everybody. I want it on the record that I circled her name. Because I want credit that I was able to meet my ex-wife's expectations, which I could never do while we were married, so I just wanted it on the record.
Well, it's one of your last official activities on the council. I'm glad you got the chance to make amends there. Is there any further discussion on this motion?
I hope not.
All right, Val, you made the motion to appoint Sandra Crowder as the downtown business rep and Terry Collins Bain as the Historical Society representative. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Next up, we have 4 openings on the Urban Tree Advisory Committee, and 4 candidates have applied. However, the committee made a motion to reappoint Nicole Kiefer and repost the remaining positions so that current committee members have more time to reapply. So, what you have in front of you, is just that. So let me turn to that page in the book. Is that the only one that was presented here?
Yes, there's 3 more that are going to be appointed later on.
Okay.
They were wanting to just appoint that one at this time.
Yeah, no, I understand. I guess I'm just not sure that the committee has the authority to decide when they're going to delay something. So we'll deal with that in another moment, but Val?
I think part of it is they just needed a person there to kind of keep the meetings going, so they knew that was part of it too, because they were having problems with having everybody show up. Okay, I would make a motion to appoint Nicole Kiefer to the Urban Tree Advisory Committee.
Is there a second? Kurt? All right, discussion on the motion? Joel?
So I was wondering, does the staff have any comment on that to the tree committee or our council liaison in terms of the dynamics and appropriateness of the action?
As far as the appropriateness of the action, that's council discretion. Essentially, half the committee members were no longer, their terms expired at the end of September. It was brought up to their attention. They were noticed to our normal process. After that, they went through a process where we posted. We only got 1 applicant at that time, so we reposted it. We ended up getting 4. Some of the committee members wanted to stay on the committee, but still didn't turn in their application on time. And so at the meeting, they decided to just appoint or reappoint the 1 position, leave the other 3 positions out so that the other members that still hadn't filled out their thing could have a chance to turn in their application when they get there.
Yeah, that's what happened.
But they were all noticed properly. The notices were sent out months in advance. And as far as like quorums go, they've been having a little bit of an issue with it, but that's not what kind of caused this whole pushing it forward. Even when they expire their terms, my understanding is normally we'll let the meetings still happen until there's reappointments type of a thing. That was kind of what was explained to me. That's why we had like an October to November meeting, because we were waiting for these positions to get filled and they were still willing to fulfill their duties at that time.
I guess the way that I'm reading the information, we did receive 4 applications for 4 openings.
That's
But then the committee wants us to wait and not make an appointment until people who are already on the committee who missed the deadline to apply have a chance to apply?
Correct.
Okay, and did we, so we noticed this 2 times?
We noticed it 3 times.
3 times, at which point we normally kind of hit a firm deadline.
Yes. And it did go to council on Monday, but no decision was made, and so we just went ahead and went with the motion.
Okay, I guess I just didn't understand what had happened, but it's my opinion. The council should have been presented with the 4 applications of people who applied and met the deadline.
Well,
But,
and I think maybe that's a discussion that needs to be had, because we had the same thing happen on the CDC committee when somebody did not put in their application. Somebody else did, and we went ahead and did it, and then the committee said, well, why did you do that? Because this person was going to. And we said, well, they didn't do it in time, and that's just kind of how it goes. So it sounds like it's the same thing, and maybe that needs to be, let all the committee members know that won't in the future happen. Because I agree with you. If they've been noticed and they choose not to and somebody else wants that position, that's the perfect time to turn it over and have somebody do that. So I think maybe that's just something we need to make sure is mentioned at each committee member, at each committee.
Brian?
Well, in addition to that, if we had 4 viable applications, at the very least, I feel like those should be in the packet for council review and decision, regardless of what the committee says.
I agree, and we'll make sure that we get those other 3 to you, but in the meantime, we do have the option and a motion on the table tonight to reappoint Nicole Kiefer. So any further discussion on that? All right. Val, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
All right. Motion passes 7-0, and we will follow up on that process. All right. That brings us to consent calendar, and I think we have a starred item.
Yes, we do. That's the problem with these long meetings, we just keep eating and eating and eating. A little bit more sugar to keep me awake. And then I'll go home and lay there. All the sugar races through my system.
This thing's going to be the death of me today. Hello again. I'm here to talk to you about the comprehensive fee schedule for annual cost of living index adjustments. So subject and summary, this resolution amends the comprehensive fee schedule effective January 1 of 2023 to acknowledge the CPI-based annual cost of living index adjustments, and the relationship to council goals is to provide cooperative shared leadership involving council, staff, and community. So part of this is a refresher. As a reminder, the CPIU is a Consumer Price Index Urban, which is published by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Council acknowledges the comprehensive fee schedule on an annual basis. Various ordinances and resolutions approved in the past specify CPI-based adjustments to various city fees and charges to help city operating divisions keep up with cost inflation over time. These annual changes happen each January 1st based on the average monthly CPIU for the period of November to October in the previous year. Our automatic inflation adjustments are applied to all the main city utility user rates, SDCs, and many but not all of the planning and engineering fees. This year's adjustment based on the published monthly CPIU is 8.03. And just as a timeline, you can see last November to this October. And as a reminder why that funky calendar is set that way is to give staff time the ability to have all this in place by January 1. And that 8.03, it's been 40 years since it's been that high, since 1982. Just to kind of put this in relevance terms, this is what that graphically looks like over time. Since 1950, there's only been 5 higher than 8.03, and all 5 of those happened between 1975 and 82. So Parks and Recreation had some changes. They added a court reservation, pickleball, tennis, basketball, and volleyball for 1 hour is $5. Local nonprofit youth league reservations are no charge. A court tournament reservation per facility per day is equal to $25, and refundable damages deposit at $100. Pool fees in conjunction with YMCA discussions. Here is the current 2022 next to the potential proposed with an additional family annual pass, which was at $175, and we didn't have that before. And that is to cover 4 members of the same household. Police had some changes as well. These are more inflationary in what it actually costs us to do some of these things now. And so you can see there's a variety of things that police went through and made some edits on. I'm not going to go line by line, but you could definitely go through it. There was one other change just in the language. The narrative for police reports up to 10 pages was reduced down from 20 pages at the same $10 price. So other items within the comprehensive fee schedule. This is the final year of the planned phased-in water treatment plant replacement fee. SDCs for water and sewer are now rounded to the nearest dollar. That was to help development and make sure it was a little bit easier as far as costs. There were some formatting changes in here, as well as there's a cost. The cost implication is just staff time to update the systems, and we already do this annually. So your call to action, it is recommended the council adopt the resolution amending the comprehensive fee schedule to acknowledge the annual cost of living index adjustments, which is called action date is today. You do have an alternative. Council has a discretion to amend most of the fees in the comprehensive schedule at any point during the year. And I'll take any questions.
Other questions? Val?
Yeah, can you refresh for me? A few years ago, we set aside a chunk of money to help, and I think it goes now, at one point it was going to the river, the church, because we were giving money, and then they stopped doing it, and it went to St. Vincent de Paul, and they currently are, so if somebody is having problems paying the utility bills, they go to St. Vincent de Paul, correct, and they can get some, how much money, how did we decide to set aside an amount of money to do that, and how much we do?
So that is a flat charge that we have done, but me and Jason have talked about because of the CPI increase and the usage potentially that we would adjust that in the next budget cycle.
Okay, so in other words, give more because we're going to expect more people are going to have trouble. So correct. I'm just clarifying that, yeah, because I would assume that the same is going to happen. And when you said that we maxed out this year for the water treatment plant replacement fee, that's the $13.50 on the bill that says this is a water replacement fee. And then the 2 jumps that we made at the 5.7%, that's what we did not do because of the money from ARPA. I just want to make sure that I'm clear.
That is correct. And I believe even I can't remember if it's Muni Code or ordinance that says that the $13.50, this is the last increase in this year, plus it'll go all the way through the time of when the last loan is paid off.
Okay, so that is a continual fee that will continue until a long time.
Joel?
So I may have missed it, but the inflation rate to your water bill also applies, correct?
That is correct. So
and so that's going up as well. Where did I miss that?
So it's utility user rates.
Okay, but you just didn't put the rates down in terms of dollars amount.
I didn't put all of the individualized rates on there.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Brian?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Valerie's questioning with the rate increases for the water treatment plant. There was the flat fee of $13.50 that will go until the loan is paid off whenever that is. And then there's also the rate increases that were annual. And could you remind me that rate and how many there were?
Yeah, there was planned for 5 years of 5.28%, of which we enacted 3 years of the 5.28%, and have not enacted the final 2 years of that.
Okay, because of the ARPA allocation?
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, JC. Time to read the consent calendar, which is items of such routine nature without controversy that they may be approved with a single action. And Council President, if you would, please start with item C. We already took care of A and B earlier.
Item C, resolution amending the comprehensive fee schedule for annual cost of living index adjustments. Item D, resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development for a climate-friendly area study. Item E, motion approving the minutes of the city council meeting of November 16th, the minutes of the Sustainability and Energy Action Task Force meeting of October 12th, minutes of the Bikeways and Walkways Committee meeting of March 8th, and minutes of the Bikeways and Walkways Committee meeting of June 14th. With that, I'll make a motion to accept the consent calendar.
Is there a second? Valerie, thanks. And we don't usually discuss consent calendar, so Joel, how do you vote?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
And Brian?
Yes.
Passes 6-0. We have lost Rob. All right. Next up, matters from mayor and council. And we have noted tonight is Councilman Kurt Collins's last meeting here with us. We're not going to set a record and go till midnight, but we have given you your money's worth, I hope. It's an honor to have you serve with us here in Climate City, where we are going to present you with a clock so you can keep track of how much time you're saving by no longer serving on the city council, as well as some nice weather features so that you can keep track of, the weather and maybe wonder whether or not it's time to open one of those extreme weather shelters. Kurt was appointed to serve on the city council last March of 2021, so he's been with us almost 2 years, filling a vacancy, and prior to that, he served 3 years on the city budget committee. He is the champion of the Whitewater Park on the Rogue River, which made it through the strategic planning process and apparently failed to catch any more waves, but he is our most likely to wear a party shirt counselor, so we will have to see who's next on board. He's also most likely to have a toe ring. He's otherwise a quiet but thoughtful guy who's been a lot of fun, and it's been a pleasure serving with you. He's quiet until he talks, and then he's got a nice big loud voice. So thank you for being a part of this joyous body and representing the people of Grants Pass. It's been a pleasure to work with you, and I know you've got a few shirts set aside for your retirement, and we also have some vacancies on the budget committee if you just wanted to have a little bit more fun.
So do I get to say thank you to everybody?
Absolutely.
All right. I hadn't really prepared any remarks, but this has been a good experience for me, even though I had to talk to Mark Seligman. So I know some people are a little pissed off at me because I didn't put a little more effort into getting reelected, but it never made sense to spend my own money or ask anybody else for money to get myself involved in something that took this much time and didn't pay me anything, so c'est la vie. But my takeaway from this obviously is my friendships with all of you and the relationships that will endure, and so I thank you for all of that. And I'm sure, Sean, if he was here, he got a kick out of me saying that this was my methadone for retirement. And honestly, for the last month or so, there's an emotional gap that I knew I was leaving and feel less connected. So I will have a yearning that I'll need to fill. And so, yeah, I kind of expected to be at least viewing or attending the budget committee meetings, whether I needed to be on the committee or not. But I will be involved in other things and you'll hear from me. So I appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Kurt.
Thanks for being here, and there is a Santa pub crawl I heard on this weekend, in case you wanted to champion that with the beard. I'm thinking about launching a Santa beard contest here in Grants Pass too, and you're definitely a contender, so.
I heard he's going to start his own radio show.
Awesome.
I was thinking about a podcast though.
All right, are there any other comments from council tonight, either about Kurt or otherwise? Brian.
My comments aren't quite as fun as Kurt's, but I would just encourage all of the councilors to read the memo titled Rate Impacts of Replacement Water Treatment Plant that was sent to us today. Thank you.
Any other council comments? How about staff?
I just want to take this opportunity to wish all of you a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. And those people out in the community, thank you very much for supporting council and the community. Over this past year, we've been able to accomplish a lot of great things, and we're going to still continue to do so. And thank you, what a wonderful staff that we have to work with, and it's been a great year. So look forward to next year.
JC?
Yeah, so we were just recently let know that the City of Grants Pass received its 40th award for financial reporting from the GFOA, and we will be shortly submitting our 41st submission.
Awesome, thank you.
Super quick, on Friday, JC and I met with the Infrastructure Finance Authority, and they approved our first set of loans for the water treatment plant project. It will pay for 100% of design plus a lot of pre-design costs. And as you recall, that was the one that we came to you and asked for permission to apply for, and it is $6.5 million at 1% interest, which is like free money, along with 1.3 of that being forgiven. 1.3 million forgiven.
Is that the one through the Oregon Business?
Okay. Yeah, Business Oregon.
Don't get too ready to scoot, folks. We got executive session tonight. Anything else?
Just real quick, we do, just reminding you, strategic planning, believe it or not, is coming up. And I emailed out some form fillable call to action packets. So if you could please give your comments to me by the 21st of December.
Great. Anything else? All right. How about a motion to adjourn into executive session? Vanessa.
So moved.
Second? Val, thanks. All in favor of adjourning open session, moving into executive session? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The council will now meet in executive session for the purpose of discussing those